Welcome, guys. Everybody, welcome, welcome. We are back here. Monday, January 10th, 2021. And Thixius, thank you for the re-up. 6 months. That's spectacular, thank you. Bro, what an intro. Love the seat. Oh, no, thank you, thank you. Hey, let me check something really quick here. Guys, everybody, welcome. Thank you for being here. Snoozerton, thank you for redeeming that package opening. Georgie, welcome. As always, welcome, welcome. Today we are doing a brutal60 rebuild. For anyone who might not remember, we built this brutal60 back during the build-a-thon in August. And that was like a super meme build. And we today are going to make it slightly less of a meme build. So, yeah. Anyways, guys, everybody, welcome and thank you. Oh, let me make a quick update while we wait here. Build is not correct. So we're going to update that. Oh, what was this? Shoot. I don't remember what I put in this. I think I know what this was. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Build should be up. Giveaway should be up for that matter. Let's throw in giveaway in here. Got another junk drawer giveaway for tonight. And everybody welcome. Okay. Let's get to it here. We got a crazy package today. It is not keyboard related, but that doesn't mean it's not crazy. Junk drawer giveaways. Wonder where those springs could have come from. I packaged this pretty interestingly. Let's see how we fare. Mr. Boards, welcome to the stream. Mr. Ean Boards. I never know where the space goes in your name. I'm guessing it's Hallow? Mr. Hallow? Your first name? Mr. Ean Boards? What's good? Hey guys, we got a crazy package. Big investment. Actually, in fact, we've been making some big investments since, what was it? Since about Thursday of last week. I think I streamed last Thursday. They call me Halloween, but you can call me Ween. Alright, Mr. Ean Boards. Alright, oh, Frank is here? Haha, Frank is here. Frank, welcome. I got some for you. Okay, guys, just as an FYI, we've made some hugely stupid purchases. I don't know if they're stupid. They're just large, very large. purchases pretty much from the 24 hours spanning from, I would say, about Thursday evening to Friday also evening. One of them is here. Another one, let's put it this way. The next one that should be coming, hopefully should be coming next week, and that is a big breaking news. Big acquisition alert that should hopefully be arriving next week. And then the third one after that is something that will probably not be arriving till, I want to say, about July or August. So that one is a group buy. But we just opened up this one for XDeeds. Welcome to the stream, Frank. If you're still out there, we got something pretty interesting here. Let's take a look. So I have been on the hunt for a lens like this. And let me also unmute, see if Andy's still there. Andy, if you're still there.
No.
Oh, nice. I just opened this package. So I don't know if you're watching right now, but
definitely not watching. Did I even watch it?
It's alright. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's a camera lens.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're about to me.
Anyways, I've been looking for this lens for a while. I've been on the hunt, but very specifically, I was trying to find a used version of this lens, so that I didn't have to pay so much. But I was also trying to find a U.S. purchased, like, non-gray market version of this lens for warranty purposes. So here it is. Apparently this was purchased, according to this label here, this was purchased on May of 2019. So it looks like I have the 1-year warranty plus 4 years extended service should be covering me for some time. Let's say we crack it open. So, for anyone unfamiliar, I know that there probably might not be a whole lot of like keyboard people on Nikon systems. I know like I'm pretty ridiculous here because not only am I on a Nikon system, I also use this Nikon system for stream. Ooh, look at this big boy. Oh my goodness. But one thing I like about Nikon, in the way that I'm using it, is also it's kind of like shooting myself in the foot, but I love it for the same reason, is that like it's really versatile for me. I'm using it for this overhead stream. I also use it for shooting like just digital. I think that the lenses are really, really good for what they are, but I don't think that while I do use it for video, it's not the strongest for video. I think that's the one downside. But anyways, this is a digital lens, but what's also cool is that Nikon's film system also can take in this lens, specifically at least the system I'm on for film. And what I think is like always crazy to me is this notion that you can use these like what I think are really cool like modern-ish SLR lenses that were made for DSLRs on these film SLRs, and you know, you get some pretty interesting stunning effects. So I'm excited to be able to use this. I know that like this is like the most up-to-date version of the 70 to 200. So like the VR on it is really crazy, and I do think that this is really going to help me for doing concert shoots. among other things. So we'll sort of we'll see what happens. All right. Anyways, I don't think that there's really any particularly great use for me to mount it to this overhead right now, because I think the minimum focus distance is probably much longer than how high this camera is mounted. But let me check. .61 feet, so about 1.1 meters. So yeah, I'm just gonna put this away for now. And so that is my big stupid purchase. One of my 3 big stupid purchases I made last week, but again, if you guys want an even better hint, next week, big grail alert. Big grail alert next week. So, stay tuned. Actually, one more thing I did want to check on this lens, just to be totally certain. I want to be sure I'm not crazy here. Alright, I mean, looks good, but we'll see. I need to do a little bit more inspection on this off stream, so. Okay. Anyways. Alrighty. For those just tuning in and didn't watch me build this last week, this is the Sirius 60 that we rebuilt in MX from last week. But today we got a different, separate rebuild, and that is this guy right here, this Canon Keys brutal60. So last time around we did a Franken switch here of putting in cherry blue stems inside of kale black housing. Really ought to be one of the worst boards that I've ever put together, which is just fitting for this type of board. I'm sure everyone's heard the story, but for anyone who hasn't, this arrived scuffed, so let's just go full tilt and make it a scuffed build. Today we are going to make it slightly less scuffed. Today we're going to be using some pretool cherry MX reds. The interesting thing about pretool is that even after full tuning, it's still a little scratchy. I don't know how to fully prevent scratch without just caking on the lube. And even here I felt like we did cake on a bunch of lube and it still feels pretty scratchy. But at least we're getting away from these stupid ass kale switches, kale Franken switches. So yes, we got Nuclear Data SA on here. So we'll do a vote later on for key set to mount back onto this, because I know that this kind of was a funny Christmas themed sort of thing we did here, and we'll see if you guys have a better choice of what to do and what to use. Alright. Give me 1 second. Okay. 7UH, 7UH HKVs are good. So good. Oh, so good. Okay, so let's just get right into it. We're gonna need a few things here. Let's grab some trays. I guess maybe just one tray for now. And we are gonna unmount some of these keycaps, take a look and see what we've got. And we'll be kicking off the desolder process relatively soon. What's cool about a build like today's is because this is a straight rebuild. Ah, yeah, typing test first. Sure, yeah, why not? I've already started taking off all of these guys. Alright, let's just mount all these back on. TKL King 24, what's going on? Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back. Oh shit! I just realized this is gonna be a bigger desolder job than I recall. Okay. Interesting build. The TKL King, what's going on? So what switches are we doing next? We are doing some pretool cherry reds. Pretool. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do a quick typing test. Okay, so I was just telling this story to Andy before stream, but I guess I'll tell this story again here. I don't know if you guys hear a lot of weird, crazy background noise right now, but I'm about to shut it all off. Okay. So here's the story. During the build-a-thon, the very last day was my birthday. Ada had bought some pizzas here that were like, they were kind of pre-prepared, but you needed to heat. The thing about it, like, was like, I didn't know how to store it because there was so much of it. And so we ended up cutting it up and just like freezing it. And when I went to reheat it, I put these slices straight on my oven rack, which was a huge mistake because it just caused my oven to be like a crazy mess. Like there's just all this gross stuff all over my oven. And it's been that way for about 4 months. I've just been too lazy to clean it. I haven't been using my oven, you know, for the last 4 months. So I bought this oven cleaner like a month and a half ago or so, and still haven't used it until about Friday. And so straight on the rack. No, it didn't catch on fire. It just caused a mess. Like, I mean, like all the cheese was like dripping off. Well, so Anthixia, straight on the rack. Whenever you buy, hey, I don't think I'm a moron here. I don't think so. When you buy like a frozen pizza, like just like it's not been pre-cooked or anything, they actually the instructions do say to just throw it straight on the rack. So I don't know. I am a moron for still trying to adapt that to just individual preheated but frozen slices. Yes, for that reason I am a moron. But at the same time, hey, it's a mistake I made. But yes, rack only. There you go. Anyways, so I heated it up. I got into a crazy mess, and I hadn't cleaned it, even despite getting oven cleaner a couple months later. It's been now. Yeah, straight on the rack is bad practice. I don't know why that's suggested. Hey, I don't think the randoms of the world... Look, the pizza companies themselves suggest it. I don't think the pizza companies who are selling it are necessarily randoms. That's what I gotta say. So anyways, I got this oven cleaner, and I finally, on Friday, went to go and clean it. Took a couple applications. I threw it on. I started spraying this oven cleaner foam onto it. Let it sit for an hour and 15. And then I started cleaning it off. Wasn't enough. So it said like, hey, for tougher stains or for tougher hits to your oven, leave it on overnight. So I spray it a little bit more. I leave for a full day. I come back and I just start wiping it down. It's coming off pretty cleanly. But the thing is, this oven cleaner is like a pretty strong oven cleaner, right? And it's hitting me that like, because it's like strong, I'm thinking like, I don't know if this is safe to use. So I Google it. I look up like, is it safe to use an oven cleaner like after you use oven cleaner? It caused a little bit, like it said fume free, but there were definitely some fumes, but it definitely, I'm imagining, is not worse than the non-fume free versions. But anyways, it smelled pretty bad, but I'm just like, I'm Googling, and again, I'm not going to say like, this is not extensive research. but it's just sleuthing. Like I like using the word sleuthing over the word research because I don't know. I just like the word sleuthing because it's like I have much less commitment to it when I call it sleuthing. So, anyways, I'm googling, I'm sleuthing. People are saying like, yes, you probably shouldn't use your oven right after using oven cleaner, especially if you're not certain that like you've removed all of the cleaning residue. So I'm thinking, okay, like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, I guess one thing was like you'd really have to air it out, but then I'm definitely gonna be burning out the light bulb inside my oven. I should still do that, but I'm also looking at it like, hey, like I know my oven has a self cleaning mode, but I also, on the other hand, know that like people kind of sometimes go against using the self cleaning mode of your oven. And so I'm googling that, like, well, why is the self cleaning mode bad? Is because it actually goes on to like what self cleaning mode on your ovens do is like go to max heat to try to kill everything, which does a couple things. One is like it's hugely power intensive, so you know you could set off your breaker or whatever. But on top of that, it's that like if you do have any of that crusty residue, like I did before I used the actual oven cleaner spray, then like you know there could be like even worse kind of fumes that come off of those. Should have cleaned it right up. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, I should have. But it's just like it's, you know, it's like you always want to clean it when it's like still hot, but then obviously you shouldn't be doing that. So then like you just leave it, and then like after you've left it for a while, you just forget about it. You know, Zero, you know what I'm talking about, right? Anyways, so I'm looking at like, okay, I'm just going to use the self-cleaning mode, even though I've already used the oven cleaner, and even though they already kind of suggest don't use the self-cleaning mode, but I'm just going to do it. So I just ran the self-cleaning mode. It took like 3 hours, and that alone has caused, like, even with, you know, the door was fully closed, fully locked, everything, has caused my apartment to kind of smell. So, like, I had, like, the door open, which, you know, I'm in, like, a busy city street, so then you'll hear, like, all the ambient noise of the outside. I had the stove fan on. I got my air purifier on. I got the, I forgot what that unit is called, but it just kind of like tries to, it's like a separate fan near my, my laundry. So I have like everything on right now. Anyways, I didn't have any follow-ups to that. It was just, everything was on and open and everything like that. So I didn't know if you guys might have been hearing the ambient noise, but I turned off that fan. I closed this door. I guess I got a couple more fans to turn off. And then we'll do a type test. You know, because I was asked here to do a type test. I do still think there's an inner fan on the oven that's still blowing. So apologies for that. I don't know how to get that off. I think that'll just run until like the oven's cold, which it's not currently. But anyways, okay, so it looks like this is mini USB. Let me grab my my mini end, and we'll do a little monkey type. Dysfunctional Squid, thank you for the follow. Chris, Storytime always lit. Thank you. All right. So we got here mini USB Limo. These are aluminum trays for the future. Yeah, no, it's just what I saw. You can put a piece of foil there, some kind of like circular pan for the pizza, some kind of square pan, like literally anything. And I could have avoided all of this. I know. Okay. So, this is a brutal60. This is an FR4 plate, full plate. These are cherry blue stems in kale black housings. Let me get this music off and let me switch this over. And let's switch the theme before we do this. No prediction. This is just a quick and dirty type test so you guys know how this sounds. But you guys should already know how these like very, very basic, cheap, clicky switches sound. They sound really wimpy. But let's go and hear it. Our theme? Sure, why not? It's like a McDonald's theme. Alright. Very, very wimpy click. I think Okay, also go on a rant here. I think there's a lot of people who don't like clickies because they might be most accustomed to these like cheap, very, very inexpensive, cheap clickies. And this is like the worst of the worst because I franken switched this clicky to be very bad. But there are better clickies out there, and in fact, like I know that there's some clicky comparison YouTube videos out there. I'd love to be able to have my hand in creating some because I personally think that I have a very, very good selection of clicky switches, for which I think this type of comparison, it would be a good one to have. But anyways, besides the point. Anyways, let's go. Type test. Cherry blue stems, Gale housing, FR4, brutal60, top mount. That was a short one. Let's do a 60-second test. Oh god. Alrighty. There's our test. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I think it's time for us to change what we got in here. What do you guys think? Alrighty. So, this one, what keycaps are those? Dysfunctional Squid. These are SA nuclear data. This is a group buy. Let's see. When was this run? Let's find out. Nuclear data. Wait, was there a round 2 run for? Oh, there was a round 2 for nuclear data. I never knew that. Okay, so the first round was in 2014. That's when I got it, or I think that's when the GB entering period was. So I think this probably shipped like 2015-ish. I didn't know there was a second round, but there was a second round in 2018. I never knew. Man, you'll like this way more with pretool MX Reds as long as they're lubed. Let's find out. I know that like these pretool MX Reds are like, they're still scratchy even after lubing them. I like same or even more amount of lube that I usually put on other linears, and they're just like crazy crappy, crazy scratchy. You know, I still love budget boards, even owning high-end boards. You know why? Because I feel like I can mess with them and test switches and just enjoy using them. The Bakaneko 60 and the 65, great clacky boards. I don't disagree. The funny thing about this one, about this brutal60, is that like not only is it kind of, I guess, considered a budget board, is that it was an extra budget board because I got it for free. And I got it for free because it came in, like it arrived, I got it secondhand. It arrived super scuffed. And you will see how super scuffed it is. So when you say that, like, yeah, they're boards you can mess around with. Absolutely. This is why I made this build so stupid in the first place. Is it because it's like, this is a dumbass messed up board? Uh, so it's like, yeah, this is definitely one of these boards where it's just like, yeah, I can definitely throw this around and like really not care at all. Like, oh, did I bump it into something sharp or something else? And like, that's fine, whatever. Did I accidentally drop something on it? Yeah, whatever. I always enjoy high-end boards, but I still buy new budget boards. Hey, TKL King, I like your name for owning that domain. Me, I'm an HHKB guy, so I'll usually or typically take any chance I can get to buy things that are just HHKBs. I know that I haven't gotten every single type of HHKB out there, but you know, I'm working through it, trying to get there. And we will get there soon, hopefully. I didn't realize that I had used Durock V2 in this. I thought because I was going budget that I might have went cherry. But I guess I went Durock. That's chill. TKL is my main, 60s and 65s are my side pieces. I'm an HHKB only man. Can't do anything else. Alright, we'll leave this guy right here. Oh, apologize for not having switch scene there, but here we go. There you can see the switches, but you can see, and you might have seen when it was plugged in, we got something here that'll make this today's stream interesting here, which is we got in-switch LEDs. So we have to desolder all of these guys in addition to the switches, so that's a total of 4 pins each. Luckily, I do like my desoldering equipment, so this is not as dreadful as I think a lot of people would think, or even myself would have thought a long time ago. So pretty happy with this, and I guess that's what we'll go and do. And then we will go and replace these with the cherry red pre-tools, and bonus, we'll also throw the LEDs back in as well. Good solder, and as long as you use leaded solder, you're good to go. We good. Okay, we'll keep this here. Okay. So, for anyone who hasn't in the past already seen the scuff, take a look at that. This is one of the really bad ones. This is probably like the second worst one. There's also there just happens to be, we can look decently hard for them. But there's just like, there'll be other scuffs here and there, but this is like the second worst of the bunch. But if you want to see the absolute worst, that would be this guy right here. Look at this. So the thing about this one is, not only does it look super bad, it actually holds that screw captive. It can unscrew from the top. It absolutely will. But this screw will never pop out. So yeah, that's another one. The next thing was, I had felt like that seller must have like sold this to me in bad conscience, and I told him that. Like, I feel like, hey, you sold me this in bad conscience. I don't know that this necessarily would have come in like this or like this, but there's also the fact that the guy threw it in a bubble mailer. I don't know why. And the thing was, like, that was not the first time that happened. Someone putting in a full keyboard in a bubble mailer. But this guy put it in a bubble mailer. But what really made me think he did it in bad conscience or bad faith was the fact that these two bottom screws don't match. Like, it's just like that has nothing to do with like a damage, but it's still like a scuff thing to do. So I don't know, it just seemed really goofy to me, and so I don't know. I don't know how to put this. Like, I I didn't go into full angry Karen mode or anything like that, but I just said like, hey man, like, again, like I told him, I feel like you sold this to me in bad faith. I listed out all these things. I had this big long message to him. I didn't think I went full Karen though, but yeah, we had some issues, you know. And I think he was like a little rattled that I'd like give him like some bad feedback. So like he ended up just telling me like, oh yeah, you can just like keep it. I'll just refund you. And I was like, part of me was thinking like, whoa, I didn't necessarily want this keyboard to keep. Like I was literally thinking like, this board does not have much value left. Truthfully, it's just like there's very little value left in this board. I don't think I ever actually unscrewed this or screwed this back in. But this board has very little value left, and I would like for you to either refund me the remainder of what I think personally it's worth, or I just want like a full refund and I'll ship it back to you. And the guy said, hey, I'll give you a full refund. And then I told him like, oh, do you need me to ship it back? He goes back, he comes back and says, do you think it's fixable? And I said, no. And he said, well, there's no reason for you to send it back to me. Like, just keep it. To which I told him like, hey, I don't think it's fixable, but it's definitely still buildable. And so if you are allowing me to keep it, I just want to let you know that like, yeah, I probably will build in it still. So I don't want you to think that I have like a useless piece of garbage. It's a useful piece of garbage. And he was like, yeah, I know, but just he just goes, I know, just keep it, whatever. I won't lie, he shouldn't have done the Bible wrapper, but to be honest, I've had one board ship and get dings in it during shipping. So it may have damage in shipping due to how well he reacted. Yeah, but again, like I was still really, like I felt like with all of that said, and like again, like, and I know this is so minor, but and there were mismatched screws. Like I felt like that made me feel like there was something off, even as minor as the mismatched screws were. That combination of that and like the scuffs was like, I don't know. And take a look at this. Look at this also. Look at this real quick. I forgot about this part too. Look at this other, the long hex screw on the top end that is not captive and was able to pop out. Look at this real quick. This screw is like not straight. Do you see that? It's like slightly bent. And I also don't have a replacement screw for this, so I've just been using it. Dallas, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you back. Alright, it looks like I tape modded this at some point. Don't really quite recall as to why. I think I was like just doing stupid mods to it, knowing that it was like this. Still surprised it screws together. It's unbelievable. Like absolutely unbelievable. Okay, so back to this. So this is like top burger mounted. You know what's funny is like the fact that it's called burger mounted, because it's like it's a top mount that's like modified. I don't know. It's just funny to me. It's like it's a top mount that's modified. Oh, focus. Testament to Canon keys, I guess. They're boards. Alright, so there's O-rings on both sides of these screws, and it's otherwise a top mount board. But I guess like I don't know. There's something. Okay, I don't know. It's just me. I mean, it's just me. Tell me it's just me. But calling it burger mount. Okay, maybe someone just tell me what is burger mount, because my understanding here Canon Keck W. My understanding here is they call this burger mount. You put these like little O-rings for the screws here in the top mount. But technically, you could burger mount like a sandwich board. Okay, so this is burger top mount. Okay, so all right, because like you could theoretically have a burger bottom mount. I don't think there's many. I don't know how to put this. I don't think there's many bottom mount boards out there. Like literally, the one I can think of is kind of. I don't know. I don't want to spoil it. But you could also, because isn't it like also what people have sort of discussed? Like you could burger mount a tray mount board, but do you really call that like a burger mount? Like I think there's like that there's like a famous YouTube with several thousands, tens of thousands of views just saying like, oh, this is the best sounding tofu ever. And then basically what they did was they dremeled out the middle post and probably the spacebar post too. And then they just like, they basically did a burger mount on the remaining screws. And then after that, there's some like KBD fans, like what would otherwise be tray mount 60s, that they did exactly that mod where they no longer have middle posts or spacebar posts. And then they actually include like an adhesive for the standoffs on the remaining things. So the Blade 60 does this. What else? There's a walnut tofu case that they just put out like within the last couple months that they did the same thing for. And like they actually have like a little sheet of like adhesive, like I don't know, almost like gaskets that you just like tape to the screw standoffs. I don't know, that sounds like a sandwich mount. Well, it's still just like you drop it in like a tray. Like there's no top to it for the Blade 60. I guess they could call it that. Yeah, I don't know. It's nomenclature, I guess. Okay, so here we have it opened up, and again, what's funny about this is like you could just like chuck this, whatever. I don't care because it's like I don't really care about this. Meanwhile, it looks like this guy did also some kind of masking tape mod. I don't know why, but you know, it's just this stage I'm not even going to argue. I mean, I'm guessing this was probably for a good reason that I don't know. I don't know what this necessarily accomplished. You guys might be able to tell me. I don't know. Okay, get some water here. I need to hydrate a little. I don't know, to be honest. Someone mentioned. Let me think. Oh, 10 Keebs. 10 N Keebs. However you may pronounce your name, welcome and thank you for the follow. All right, real quick, let me just check. Let me check something really fast. Do you guys remember the date that I worked on my Mono K? Cause I don't. Let me find out that real quick. There's a little bit of digging I gotta do. So give me one moment. K olive, it was an olive K somewhere here. Here it was. Oh, December 15th. Okay, it was personal user. Personal user had suggested throwing on some tape on the bottom of the K, and I think that there was some slight like dampening effect that happened when you do this on the K. So I'm guessing there may be something like that going on here. This fella's idea of the brutal60. So like you tape it directly to the metal. I remember that that's what personal user had suggested. Oh, you have a K-man, lucky you. I want the high road. Yeah. I'm gonna get on my brag, my little soapbox brag here. But if you care to look at my collection, you could hit that exclamation collection command. It is slightly outdated. I haven't fully updated the database. Oh gosh. Alright, there's some loud beeping. I apologize for that. We'll try to address this. Alright. Okay. Desoldering iron we're getting on right now. Guess I'll bring the trash can in because we're going to need to clean this pretty frequently. Again, 4 pins. 4 pins per switch here. 502 bad gateway. Wait, really? Well, that ain't good. What do we do now? A collection down? That's a bummer. Let's see if I could troubleshoot here. Oh, it's looking... You have built a lot of goodies. Showed up on my end, loaded for me. Oh, it's like definitely broken for me. For me and for... Oh, there it is. Yep, I'm getting the 502 bad gateway just like Anthixius. Alright. I'm getting sidetracked like crazy here. But I do want to troubleshoot this for like a hot second. So let me see what I could do here. Aha. This is likely not a AWS issue, but this may be deeper. Nice blur on the GAF60. You know, okay, so the thing was, like, how do I put this? I'll hex. I don't want to say that I intentionally did that. That was actually the shot that I took. I shot that really wide open. I did really shoot that just super wide open, so it gets a little bit blurred there. And then like I looked at what photos I had for the GAF60 and I thought to myself, maybe I should just blow like use this shot because I want my attention on the board. I even saw the KMAC on the list. So stay tuned. Stay tuned for more goodies. But yeah, Anthixius, both you and I, we have some issues here loading my own site. Yet TKL King and Allhex, they're having some success here. So this seems to be intermittent and possibly just like it's not an error for everybody, but even for myself and for yourself too. I don't have a great answer. Let me think. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try something real fast, and the site speed may slow down for possibly 1 user. Nah, I'm still getting a broken experience, guys. Oh. Anyways, I should create a site with mine after building all of them. Hey, I think everyone should. Okay. Anthixius, you may like to try again. Perhaps a hard refresh or incognito mode. Or one thing you could do that might still break. even if it breaks after that. What you could try to do is access it from the home page and then just navigate to the collection. That may work. When I hit the collection page, it's still kind of broken, but when I hit go from the home page first, I actually think it will work. Anyways, I do think everyone should somehow showcase off their collection. I think that some people have Instagram accounts that do that pretty well, but I also think that a lot of people who have a lot of keyboards and put them up on an Instagram page might not necessarily. They might be client boards or customer boards, but not their own personal collection. I think there's also I recall being in someone else's stream and asking, like, hey, do you have your collection up anywhere? And they said no. And I go, oh, why not? Like, they go, I don't want to get robbed. so I recognize that thing, that as a thing. But anyways, okay. And thanks, I'm glad that that's working now. It is working for me as well. So again, some fun stuff in here, but more to come, guys. More to come. Okay. A few things I've forgotten here. So we can almost get started here. I'm gonna go grab the fume extractor, which one thing I sometimes do is I have two mics. I have this head-worn mic, and then I actually have a second condenser mic in front of me as well. What I'll typically do is I'll turn off the condenser mic. But I wonder, you guys tell me. That's what I typically do. But I'm just wondering, what if I keep it on? Let me know how bad it is. Right, I forgot GMK VOC had white on purple alphas. Yes. It is always like, my thing is, I personally think that like white on X color is like so good. Like, it's so good. All right, let's get at it. Just gotta get through it. There we go. Wow. Look at what we have here. A fine specimen. Ken's Keebs, welcome to the stream. As always. I just got a set for a client for 400. Ooh. Okay. Also, something to note. While I mentioned earlier on stream, Snoozerton? Welcome. While I mentioned on stream earlier that last week I had some very irresponsible purchases. Last week didn't stop there. I've made some purchases again today, so we will hopefully have some good stuff again over the next week, couple weeks, just over time. We'll see how things go. Just got GMK VOC for a client on Mech Market for 400 base and purple alphas. Nice. Sourcing the parts, huh? I'm planning on getting a matching cable since I got GMK Purple Knights. Would love every kit of GMK VOC. You know what's interesting is, like, VOC looks really good. Purple Knights looks really good, but I do think that they're going to end up being, like, really different. I guess Purple Knights being maybe more, or just like less red. I wouldn't say more blue, but less red. VOC being like kind of red. I regret not getting in on VOC, but fuck that price entirely. Okay, so I have a confession. There are times here where I go aftermarket prices on GMK key sets. And there's some that I honestly kind of regret. But it's like, it's part of the process. And in fact, I will say today I went in after market prices on a certain GMK set, which you guys will see soon. And yes, fuck those prices entirely. But I got a little story to tell, little tiny story to tell about VOC. He hasn't paid me and all my messages are read now. Should I be worried? You should never buy keycaps for someone without them first paying you, unless it's a gift from now on. I'll tell you that much. Okay, so Ken, the question of should I be worried? I think that was where the sentence fragment started. The second sentence fragment was a question: should I be worried? So let me put my opinion on this. So the first thing I'll mention here is that, like, I am not certain that I'm qualified to say literally anything. Because I think one thing before I say anything is that, like, I've never done a client build. I've never done a client build, so what I do know is that there are other builders, you know, people who will do builds, like, you know, as a service. There are other streamers who do builds as a service who have mentioned that they don't source items or parts for clients. Well, I'm trying. I made the seller send him the invoice and talk to the seller myself and had him ship it out to me. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, so there you go. You got jokes, don't you? All right. Anyways, I've never done a client build. I feel like, to be perfectly honest, I've never done a client build because that market already exists. Oh shit. Huh. These LEDs just popping out here. Interesting. Huh, what's the best way to get these LEDs out? That was like a kind of a funny thing that just happened. I need another tray for sure. Alright, here's what I'll do. I'll just do all the switches first. Proxies, what desoldering gun is that? This is an... Okay, it's two parts. The full unit is the FM204. It's a desoldering station. This attachment itself is the FM2024, which you can't use without an FM204. How do I put this? I highly recommend it for what it is. I do not recommend it for the price if you are not totally serious about, say, for example, keyboards or just soldering and desoldering electronics in general. Feel free to look up that price and then realize that you will probably back away from it. Of the people I know who have it, wow, I think, like, it looks like this pad got lifted. Of the people I know who have it is me, Warm Thoughts, and Keenians. Those are the three I know who have this. I will say that, yes, the price is absurd, but a couple of things to note, I guess. Just I've never felt that desoldering was more pleasant. I have some very big problems with that FR300/301 series. Literally, the way I like using it is vertically, right? The FR300 or FR301, they're just really heavy because literally all the elements are in the unit that you're holding. Whereas this guy right here, I mean, it's a sucker. I mean, there's a handful of elements here, but literally all the important ones are relegated to this machine, the actual station that's on the side. What? What the fuck? 800? What? 800? What? SS02, what is it? Remind me, what is the SS02 again? Oh, okay. The handheld solder sucker. You know, I've never used one. I've used a Soda-Pult, which is like the SS02, like these SS02 solder suckers that are like, but like a Soda-Pult specifically is much bigger. Like it's just a bigger unit, so I guess there's just a lot more suction in them. But I've always been like intrigued by these like handheld solder suckers because like I don't know, they just seem like nice to use. I don't know. Wait, what desoldering gun is this? LMFAO, the first time reactions to Rises is high. Hey, Halloween boys, welcome back. Spelunk welcome back. Great to have you in here again. Yes, Halloween boards, this is an FM204. What? What up? I'm back. 23k points to spare. Mother of God, yes. Halloween boards again. Just disclosure here. I own one. If you care to know, the two other people I know who own one would include Warm Thoughts and Keenians. In fact, I purchased this because I saw Keenians use it. And then Warm Thoughts was asking me a bunch of questions about the FM204 before she bought it. Proxies, thank you for the follow. Would that holder work with a 301? Would that holder work with a 301? I'm not sure what the... Wait, which holder? Let's see. What's in the picture that you're looking at? So this holder specifically is like for this smaller tip of the FM2024 gun attachment to the 204. It's very small, and it's like pretty much very specifically built for this whole system. So just really quick, what you'll notice here is there's a 3.5 millimeter jack that actually plugs into the station separate from the gun's cord. So this holder is really interesting. What ends up happening is when you rest the gun here, you can see this, right? What happens is like it depresses a button that's attached to this 3.5 millimeter cord. And when this goes back to the system, what it actually does is this is how the sleep function works. So the sleep function is powered by this cord, so it's like this whole thing is set up for it. All right, there's a lot of messages here, so I'm gonna go through these one by one because it's important. Let's see. Halloween boards, Mother of God, proxies. I burned 3 fingers to the point today where the skin turned light brown. I have a $20 kit with a solder and desolder included. Oh, yeah. Try a Soda-Pult. That costs a little bit more. Can I send 2 pictures in Gear Channel and tell you if it's an upgrade over the 20-piece kit, PC kit for soldering irons? Yes, feel free. I'm guessing you just joined. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free. Klaus Live, I need a stand for the 301. There is a stand that you can use for the 301 that I used when I had the 300. I sold the 300 and this stand to Mr. Mendax. I believe it's called the 63301. Let me make sure. Yes, the 63301 should be able to hold the... let's see. Oh, yeah, there you go. Halloween Boards just sent it. The 63301 should hold the FR300 or 301. I always refer to the 300 because it's a precursor to the 301. But I know everyone here probably has a 301 because it's the model that was available in the last like 2 years when everyone's like kind of really getting into the hobby. Shit better be sucking more than solder for $800, you know what I mean? Oh. All hex, I got some for you right here. Burnt PP time. Ordered one just now. Nice. OLED screen one is 35. I'll have full kit is 16. I'll check that out in just a second here. I'll stick with my $5 pump set. The holder for the iron is terrible at holding it. Oh, I see. For the iron talent. Okay. 301 super cheap last year for 217. Nice. That's a great price on that. Again, like the FR 301, I'll just refer to it as a 301 now. It's an amazing tool. I think this is even more amazing than it. But granted, it's, you know, it's what it is. It's over twice as much, almost 3 times as much as the cost. So I'm about to use my lovely, reasonable, not heavy at all FR301 to desolder some old MX Blacks. I agree with 2 of those adjectives. Exactly 2 of them, I agree. I see. Okay, so I'm looking at these right now, proxies. That first one looks like kind of like one of those, like, what is it, like TS80, TS100, like knockoffs. I don't know what to say other than try it out. Like, I don't have a better thing than that. The second one looks like a pretty traditional, yet still kind of, I don't know if I would call it knockoff soldering iron, but like it just looks more traditional. So I'm gonna imagine, hey, it's probably also good. I used to use, prior to me getting this, oh, you guys won't want to find out about this one either. This one's hard to find. My current soldering iron is called an Edson 2020. Not after the year 2020. I think it was the model number of a unit that existed many years ago. Like at least like 5-10 years ago. So it wasn't from last year or 2 years ago. But anyways, the Edson 2020. Prior to that, I was using a Weller WLC 100, and that just like kind of worked for a while. Like, I mean, there was really nothing wrong with it. So, is it worth the upgrade or not? I'm broke city right now. Ooh. I am scared to really give you a strong suggestion here because I haven't had much experience with like these types of irons. Like, I guess the second one looks kind of vaguely similar to a Weller WLC 100, which I have used, except that it doesn't look like there's any power controls on it. But yes, Klaus is saying pretty much everyone uses a TS100, which I don't. Unfortunately, as far as I remember, the TS100 probably isn't like as budget friendly as the ones that the ones that Proxies has sent over. So those are probably like, those might be a little bit out of your range if these are the types of irons you're looking for, Proxies. And then with that said, again, I don't personally imagine that these would be terrible, but I'm just like, I don't want to really give you like a strong recommendation to go with one or either of them. So I just have to be honest about that. For my FX91, FX888D is good too if you have a good size budget and if you solder a lot. Yeah, that's the thing about this hobby too, is that like you'll have to find out how into the hobby you are to know what's a reasonable price for it, because I think it would make sense if you are really realistic in thinking that you have one keyboard and you're probably just going to do one mod to this keyboard ever, and then you might just like otherwise leave the hobby while appreciating the one board you have. In my opinion, then it makes sense to get some of these like cheap, like one-time use guys here that might be like 16 bucks, 20 bucks or whatever. But if you have an idea of maybe like, you know, you might be doing a little bit more, then yeah, the investment is, to be perfectly honest, a good idea. There's that I'm sure you guys have all heard that saying. Buy nice or buy twice. I might buy a TS100 just so I could do some of the on-the-road solder work on some of our coffee machines at our stores. Ooh. There you go. Multi-use. Not just for keyboards. Wait! What are we waiting for, Klaus? By the way, Klaus, welcome. Welcome back. Klaus with the great deal on the 301. Do you have to drain / empty that gun? Yes. So I'll probably do it. I should do it now, but I think I can do like one more row. Let's do one more row. Yeah, periodically I will have to clean. And so it's like, I'll have to take little pauses here and there. Also, for anyone who's been here before, let me know. I'm keeping my my secondary mic on here, this condenser mic with very little gating. Let me know if it's like better or worse than when I turn it off. Because I know that when I turn it off, I have my head-worn on that has a lot more noise gating. And I know that when you gate against like this like ambient sounds, like say a fume extractor, then you know, the silences are better, but then when I talk it's worse. And I'm wondering, let me know what you guys like the sound of better. I ordered that slightly more expensive kit since I kind of burned some plastic from the solder tube when I wasn't looking on the iron. I see. I see. Alright. Well, there you go. The issue is you miss out on the nicer burr of the gun. From not cleaning it more frequently? I'm guessing that might be what you're referring to. Aha, I'm recalling now here. No, the noise gate? Noise gate? I see, I see. So you guys are able to hear it here. I guess maybe it's a matter then of if you enjoy it. If you enjoy that sound. Okay, fingers still... proxies, man. Maybe you gotta get some, like, some burn medicine. I'm head to sleep. Have a good stream. Hey, thanks so much. Proxies, thanks so much for coming by. Appreciate you, joining the club here. Hope you take care. Have a good night. Get some toothpaste on it. Hey, listen to Klaus. He knows all about burns, I guess. Meanwhile, I do not. Alright, so I'm going to clean this. Meanwhile, while I clean this, I think there's a discussion to be had here. One is, let's re-review what this build was before. This was a super meme build. We put in the worst possible switches that I could think of. And we're desoldering them now to make it slightly less terrible. So just giving that recap, right? Give me a second here. Cleaning this out. Man, this is... Whoa. This is gnarly. Oh my goodness. I am going to need to turn this fume extractor back on. Light coat of fluoride toothpaste and clean wrap it. Oh my goodness. Smell. Oh, you know what? The last time I used this, it got crazy gunky. I'm remembering now. It got super gunky because I was using like a crazy amount of flux when I was doing my last desolder job. And I believe that that was that compact MX 11900. So like I'm not just battling like lead solder anymore. I'm battling, I don't know, that other solder and a bunch of gunky flux. That's why this is kind of like challenging to clean right now. I also have it has just occurred to me that I'm also not using my work mat. So I probably should go and grab that now that I'm more conscious of what's going on here. Still cleaning, guys. Give me a few moments. Bear with me. Oh man, I gotta figure out a way to flush this because this is like no bueno. One thing I want to do is get a hot air rework station. Ooh, that would be cool. 100%. Oh man. Oh, this was a bad choice. Okay. Just clearing out some of the I always forget what this unit is called. It's like a little barrel filter thing. And it's like literally made of cardboard with a little small piece of metal in it and this like cotton-like filter. And just trying to keep things clean here for now. Carbonized particle filter. There you go. This guy knows his English. His technical English. Dang, this does not run smooth at all through this this nozzle any longer. And I'm not sure if it's the flux inside of the nozzle or if like the cleaning pin is possibly thicker from all the debris here. Shall we just continue? Try ramming it in front. I was doing that and I still had some pretty gnarly resistance. So it may possibly be the nozzle. These nozzles are pretty gnarly too. These are like, I think this nozzle may have been like $70 or so. And I'm getting like kind of a weird sound coming out of it. But I'm pretty sure it'll still have suction, but it is a little weird. Yeah, not cheap at all. Again, still works, and still, again, in my personal opinion, the most enjoyable desoldering experience that I've had. But there's also to note, I just wanted to point this out as well. Moving up from the FR301, like that series or that level, and going into this is still not the most most expensive desoldering station. Like, they can get even crazier. FR300, yeah. They can get crazier than this, man. Like, I was looking at Edson desoldering stations and like, oh my god. Just give me the damn Hako. Give me the FM204. You guys should look up desoldering stations, especially from Edson. Oh my goodness. Like, if you want like a station for that matter, like from any company, including Hako, the FM206 look really nice. Yeah, like there's like desoldering stations that like they combine with a soldering station, and like, as sensible as that is, as much sense that makes, like, man, that's a crazy price. .206. Let me remember what the 206 was. Ah, yeah, the 206. Oh, so sick. So sick. Hako fume extractor vac prices. Oh man. Okay, I never got to my actual question here that I got when I was that I had when I was cleaning. So, this was like a really silly build, right? With these like dumb switches. But what we also did was we put in switch LEDs as well. So maybe let's run a little poll here. Let me know what you guys think. And we'll run this like very long poll. Let's see here. Oh shit. Let me come up with it. Man, there's a, how do I put this? For the polls? I'm trying to run this poll and there's like a character limit. I know it's annoying. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, 10-minute poll. Oh, K Konako. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Let me also check something else really quick. Aha. Alright, cool. Oh, K Konako, thank you for the follow. Alright, sorry about that. I just had some administrative stuff here to take care of, but I'm just trying to run this pool here. So last time around we did this stupid ass build with some dumb switches, and we also threw in switch LEDs. Today we're trying to fix it to be slightly less dumb. And so there's an honest question here of whether or not we should put the in-switch LEDs back into the board. But the thing to note is what we did last time was knowing that we did put the in-switch LEDs kind of entailed like, okay, you have to do like a high-profile key set because it has to... You want to be able to clear the LEDs. And something like GMK doesn't necessarily do that for every row profile that they have. So, polls up now. Let me know if you guys want in-switch LEDs in here. And we'll still be able to determine later, viewer's choice, what key set to throw on later out of a small handful that I do have here. So, late night build, yep. Rebuild. We had built this from before, as I mentioned. It's about August, so maybe about, wow, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 5 months ago. Can you guys believe that? The build-a-thon was 5 months ago. Crazy to think about, huh? Ooh, are those blues? These are cherry blue stems in kale housing. And thank you for the 65 bits. I'm not sure if you're a fan of blues, but they're not my favorite clicky switch, and this is definitely one of the worst Franken switches that I have personally put together. You monster. I know it's on HHP. Did you see the new Sango 65? I have not yet. I heard grumblings about it, but I haven't actually looked at it yet. Again, not my first interest, so I haven't peeked at it yet. I will. If you care to send over a link just to see how it looks, I will. You want to hear good blue switches? Where is this leading? Alright, hold up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go try to like wash this. Or I don't know, is washing this like a good idea, this cleaning pin, and then just throwing it into the thing? Let's take a look at Sango 60. Ooh. Let me know if I should be washing this cleaning pin. Meanwhile, are these renders, or is this like an actual? I'm guessing these are renders and not an actual prototype, but they look nice. The renders look nice. Get a scour pad, use a metal scouring pad. It's a render, I see. Alright, what is this right here? What are Cherry MX Blue Slick clicks? Are these the worn in clicks from R&D KBD? LED is good for the water. Lead? Lead is good for the water. It is. Alright, let's check this out real quick. I see. So this is interesting because this kind of sounds like cherry white. I wonder, like, I know it's like a little. How do I put this? Cherry white was meant to kind of only keep the hysteresis of that blues have without the actual click noise, and I'm wondering if when you wear down cherry blue, that kind of has the same effect of what MX White is doing. Because I think what MX White does is like they throw on like a tiny bit of lube, which I know that when you throw lube onto a blue, like you lose a click. So let's take a look at this one as well. Whoa, wait a second. Whoa. Okay, all right. It sounds great. This person just faded in. They faded into the video. Damn, that guy. This person definitely got like the good video gimmick. Okay, so Klaus Life says get a scour pad, use a metal scouring pad. I don't have any on hand. All I have is this thing. So I could like I've been trying to like scrape it off, like just by like dipping it in, but I don't think it's like quite enough. Whoa, okay, whoa. I gotta switch songs. Where is this song coming from? Where did that come from? I think that was Spotify playing over YouTube. Alright, let's go back to YouTube here. Backside of a sponge will do. Do I have to waste like a whole sponge? Like a whole kitchen sponge? I got like nice sponges. Alright, that whole section right there is probably going to be copyright claimed when we go to the YouTube VOD. Ooh, I have some Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Will that do? Or is that also not good? That's probably going to like put stuff onto it, huh? Man, I don't know what to do, guys. Cut a small corner of the sponge off. Alright. Well, they're giving me every option to not use water. Let me wash my hands first. This is labeled as a non-scratch sponge. Use some whiskey. What's wrong? Tune out for a second. It's that like, I don't know. There's a lot of like, I don't know what you call this, oxidation or something. Some gunky stuff on this, what do you call this, cleaning pin. So I just want to try my best to see how I can remove it, because it's like getting a little stuck to the it's getting a little stuck to the actual nozzle when I try to insert it. 800. What's the nozzle? The nozzle can be replaced for like 60, 70 bucks. I mean, the same thing would have happened with the FR300 when you're trying to use like as much flux as I did for the last desolder job. But there's also the idea of using whiskey. I mean, like, should I run 99% isopropyl alcohol. Burr gun is trash. Alright, seems like nobody wants me to put the LEDs back in. Alright. This is getting pretty stuck. Try loosening it up from behind here, as we had done earlier. So there's this, I have to do this off stream because I gotta hold it over this bin here. But it kind of seems like something is like lodged in the nozzle. Baby Derringer is less than the manly Smith and Wesson. So nothing is lodged, like really fully lodged in there. It's almost just like, I don't know. Something got tighter. Like the nozzle got tighter somehow. I think I have a problem watching 5 streams at the same time right now with audio going on for all of them. I sometimes do that, but like it's only for like a half second before I realize I have to turn down like at least 3 of them. Alright. I get the feeling I may need to buy a new $70 nozzle. Probably sometime after this stream. So I'll take a look in doing that. I ended up having to buy one of these for... You know what, actually... So my issue currently is that I'm having some problems trying to remove these LEDs. And I actually have a nozzle that is more appropriately sized for cleaning or for doing this compared to this one, because this one's like good for like say for example MX and Alps legs specifically because they're thicker. The problem with this alternate one that I have is that I don't think I have the cleaning pin for it anymore, because I think I sent that to Mendax with the FR300 that I sold him. So let me go take a look. We'll find out. Give me 1 second. Gonna see what I have here. Yep, I have the other tip here that's good for LEDs, but I don't think I have a means to clean it. So, like, what I feel like is there's a couple of things I need to buy, but I'm not willing to risk switching over to that one and like not end up cleaning it in a reasonable time frame, which would put it at risk of my second nozzle possibly getting messed up because it's important to maintain this. One thing I could also do is try to tin the tip with some solder. Maybe see if we can kind of just get something going here for it. I also recognize that this whole time I have not even put out my my work mat the entire time here. So I'm gonna go grab this. Honestly, like, I use this American Haptics work mat, and before that I was using like an Amazon one. And part of me is kind of like, I know desk mats are used for Beast Wars speed run in an hour. I know that desk mats are used for kind of like aesthetics and decoration. And I know that, like, I had a completely opposite viewpoint a long time ago of just like, well, desk mats are for protection of the desk. So why don't people just use desk mats as work mats? So like I have like a handful of desk mats that are like super messed up for that reason. But I'm kind of just like, maybe I should just go back to that, just messing up all my desk mats. I wish the American Haptics was like 3 inches shorter in length. Yeah, I kind of wish that like you could specify dimensions, but it's like, I mean, they probably have like one specific like silicone mold for it, you know? I can kind of hear, like I can hear that there's like, this doesn't sound like it used to. I love how they specified a way to roll up the HMAS to prime it is my guess. Well, you have to put solder in there to begin. No, I'm just kind of tinning the tip and just kind of seeing. There's any sort of way to kind of alleviate some of these issues that we're seeing with the nozzle itself. I don't think there really is, to be honest. I think I will just have to buy a replacement. I actually have never seen this this tutorial on rolling up American Haptics mats. Whatever it is, I probably should use it because I'm probably not doing it right. All right. I'm just gonna continue along now and just hope that we're able to get through with it. Ooh, Ruben native with a big ol' raid. God bless these soldering guns. That took no time at all. No time at all. Alright, let's see if we can... I'm trying to do this without an actual, like, bringing out the iron, but I think I will need to, reflow some solder into a couple of these previous ones, which is not super easy on legs this small. Hello. Dang, do I need to get a desoldering gun? Well, if you're like all hex, you would think that this one I have is completely useless. Meanwhile, this is my favorite experience here. We'll get this replacement tip. I think that's the way to go. Alright. I didn't say useless. Aha. I thought... Okay, there we go. I think some of these LEDs are slightly bent. Which could be contributing to my belief that they're not fully desoldered. So this one finally came out. Okay. Continuing along. For harvesting, it's a dream for sure. For sure. $800 is another keyboard, says every keyboard enthusiast. Yeah, so for harvesting specifically, like, depending on your mindset for it, like, yeah, you can just, like, rip out pads like crazy. You can end up doing that with, like, really any desoldering gun at all. It's when, like, you know that you're going to be doing, say, for example, builds or rebuilds. In general, is when you want to, like, be more careful with your desoldering. Lord knows I have ruined some very rare PCBs in the past. So, very specifically, my KMac LE, I had a lot of issues desoldering. This must have been, like, 7-8 years ago. And that PCB is, like, kind of ruined by this stage. So getting a gun is really good, like, if you know that you got, like, something that is or can become a rare piece. Sam, what's going on? I think I gotta get a new nozzle for my gun. How about we Mil-Max instead? No, I'm all about desoldering. The hard part here is dealing with this. I feel like I just kind of want to use that other nozzle, the 1mm one for these LEDs. I skipped one entirely here. Also, if you want a really clean PCB to sell a used board. Yeah. I'm gonna pull out the iron. I feel like some of these are a little bit more challenging, partially because it's like they're thin legs on these LEDs. So part of me is like, I want to reflow, part of me wants to use that thinner nozzle. But I think we might still run into the same issues even then. So I'll let this this iron heat up. Meantime, we'll keep trying to go for some of these other ones. Needs to be very... I've actually never mil-maxed. Having this type of conversation during this sort of procedure that we're going through is, I recognize, a little bit funny. But, actually, okay, this one didn't actually need the iron. Some of these can probably be pretty easily removed, to be honest. Move this iron slightly out of the way then. I've never mil-maxed. I guess, like, personally for me, the general idea of hot swapping is... I don't like it. I think that it's like, I want to solder and desolder. Like, that's like one part of it. Two is like, I mean, I like one specific type of layout, and so if it can't be provided to me, then I feel like we got an issue. Third is that, like, I guess there's this idea that's at some point sockets could potentially wear out. Alright, the left one needs a little bit more sucking. There we go. Oh, these LEDs are going to be a while, I think. They're not totally desoldering super cleanly, and I think that's just the nature of like these LEDs that I put in the first place. These LEDs, I believe, were ripped out of another harvested like vintage board. If anyone's familiar with the TG3, the TG3 is this like, as I understand, it was like a cop car keyboard. Literally, it was like a keyboard. It was just like an old, like you could harvest like vintage cherry black switches from it. You could also hot swap aluminum is the point. Exactly. No one buys a desolder gun to desolder faster. They buy it for this. They buy it for the sound. Anyways, this TG3 board had the, you know, it had these LEDs in them, and it had these like shine-through keycaps. There we go. 800 well spent. Absolutely. Oh, guys, putting so much pressure on me now here to show off that my $800 investment was a good one. Meanwhile, it happens that I'm struggling the most with it at this stage for a couple of reasons. Got these like unclean, almost bent pins here. Wow. This one's just like stuck. Think we may need to reflow. What do people do with PCBs that get ruined from poor soldering or desoldering? I don't know what everyone does. A couple things you could do is still attempt to use it if you know how to like jump. That would be like the most obvious one, the most obvious solution I would imagine. Ah, fuck. I got burned. Is the TG3 keyboard the one with pretty much double F row? That one, I don't recall that part of it. The TG3 was interesting for a couple more reasons past that, though. It had these backlit keycaps, it had the LEDs, it had cherry blacks, but the interesting parts about it, two of them. One was that it had a trackpad. The other one, the other thing interesting about it was that I guess for some reason you could consider it because it was like a cop car keyboard. It had this like this rubber like membrane. I don't know what you would call it really. It had this like protector. And I forget where it was exactly. I think it was like above the plate, but below the switches. The condom mod board. I don't know if you'd call it the condom mod board. But mine had this protector, and it was weird because like it made the board like feel and sound different. But I ended up harvesting just all the parts out of that. And these are where these LEDs came from. And knowing that like this was a once harvested like LED situation from that board, it's like I can tell these legs are kind of not right. And that's kind of making this removal process really tricky. So here's what I can alternatively do. 1 second here. One thing that'll make it maybe a little bit less tricky is if I start prying out some of these switches, so I can see like the next layers. You know what's actually gonna make this kind of suck too, is I know that you guys voted for no LEDs. But another thing that kind of sucks about if you wanted to throw GMK on this is that the PCB itself, this XD60 PCB, I guess it might come from KP Republic or whatever, it's south-facing switches again, not unlike the 1UP PCB that we were looking at the other day. So you're going to have like another reason that there are going to be like these GMK clearance issues. So we might still prefer to not use a GMK set unless you guys really want me to. Okay, so it's this one on the right that's causing some issues. So we'll just have to do this. I guess we got to do this slowly. And I feel like part of me just thinks that like even if we had the cleanest nozzle, and even if we had the thinner nozzle, the cleanest nozzle, or even if we had like the cheaper FR301 solution here, this might take long regardless, because these LEDs are just like, they're a little bit stubborn. North face? Yeah. TG3. Oh, is this still like available to buy? Okay, so it's not really available to buy, but that's pretty interesting. You find an Amazon listing and it's like 250 bucks. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, it's like an Amazon thing or just like a listing thing where like they'll just throw on these crazy exorbitant prices for these types of boards that are like, I mean, like, look at it, right? But yeah, it is that one. I can't imagine that I spent more than 50 bucks on mine. I'm gonna imagine even less, to be honest. There you go. Okay, yeah. Guys, if you want some red LEDs and some backlit keycaps and some cherry black switches, I guess this one's interesting because it's new. Like it's just listed as new here. Mine was definitely used. And Thixia is gonna get ready to right on. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah. Also, I may have missed a bunch of questions here. Ruminative, if you're still around, specifically what's going on here is that these are in-switch LEDs, which I feel are somewhat uncommon. Like, it's not in the meta right now to really like have in-switch LEDs, to be perfectly honest. Alright, we're having some suction issues for sure. We haven't even gotten like a row through. Looks like a liquidation site, so it could be old stock that was in warehouse. Yeah, it could be like new old stock for sure. I'm planning on soldering 1 in-switch LEDs for a gift board that I'm doing. I need more practice before I do it. Well, it's not, yeah, okay. It's not so bad. The thing is, like, there are some switches that just won't allow it the same way that others may. So like, I can kind of show this off right now if you care to see, or not as easily for that matter. So let's take a look. Let's kind of see what happens. First, you got to make sure your PCB allows for it. But I just threw on this here. I guess this would work. I've never tried this before, but I'm just testing this out with a Novel Keys cream. It actually, yeah, it works fine. Yeah, it will work for most switches, pretty much all switches. Yeah, it should work. Ruminative, disregard what I've said. I've never tried it here with these like Novel Keys cream switches for that, like as an example. But what I wanted to show is that like the slits for LEDs just looks different. It looks like there's a lot more space. But you should still be able to inset like one of those circular LEDs into it because there is like a space for it. People have also used 2x3x4 LEDs, which should still fit in here, but it won't fit as nicely into that circular groove. So yeah, most switches have the circular divots for LEDs. Yeah, there will be like some minor modest exceptions, but they're going to be very rare to find. So I would not worry about that at all. If you just want examples, like Alp switches, very few of them, few-ish of them have divots for LEDs. Like they do exist, but just not very many. What else? Pro World switches don't have them. I think that when for, you know, just to go off of that, Zeal, they're I think in pre-order phase right now for the clicky switch. That won't have them either. Yeah, I feel like this nozzle's busted, so we may have to abort from this one. I'm just thinking of like best way to clean. I think I have an idea. Second, I'm gonna do a little cleaning, but I think I have like an idea of how we can switch to that other nozzle, and then we should be able to run the other just fine. Run the other nozzle just fine, and I'll be able to clean it off stream. So I am gonna. The weird-ish part here is I don't know how long I'm gonna have to wait for this like current nozzle to cool down so that I can like set it down somewhere. I don't know what hot surface. Oh my god. I don't know what surface I can set this down on while it's still hot. So let me power this down, and I'll go grab that other nozzle. Probably should have just started this earlier. And it hopefully should just be a better experience once we do this. So that's the thinner nozzle. I think the one that's on the gun right now, I believe is I believe that is 1.6 millimeters. Took my gun like 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I got an idea for y'all. 10 minutes. You know what we can do in 10 minutes? We could run a giveaway. So, I guess we could run our giveaway that we have planned for this stream. And we can run a better giveaway at the end. What do you think about that, guys? Y'all up for a giveaway? Who's gonna be marbles? Yeah, we're gonna run some marbles. Let's do a short little giveaway while our desoldering station cools down. So, up for grabs as we have listed under the giveaway command and put up for this stream. I don't know if you guys can see how well you guys can see. It's probably super out of focus. There we go. This is a little bag of these Cherry MX Red Springs, these springs that I harvested out of this. So just a little bit of junk from the junk drawer here. So if you guys are interested, feel free to vote for your favorite map or for your favorite number from 1 to 60. We'll run a very marginally, actually it'll maybe be a better, possibly be a better giveaway at the end of this stream if you're interested in sticking around. $10 minutes. Alright, it's been about like a minute or two. Guys, game of marbles for anyone interested. Do you want to stick around when I'm sleeping? Well, you can stick around for this one. I'm just kind of stalling here until we can get this up and going. A little bonus here. How can we cool down this? How can we cool down this thing? Let me think. A couple votes in. I fix it. Here it is. Aha. All right, sorry about that. Okay, we got a tie here, three-way tie. So if anyone wants to break it in the next 10 seconds, feel free. Otherwise, once we hit 40, I'm gonna just like choose whatever I land on. All right, here we go. 54, space station. Let's do it. Peter Poppins, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Alright guys. For those interested in winning a set of about, I think it's 70. It might be like 66. 66 Cherry MX Red Springs. Smash that follow button. Hit that play command. How's the build? We're running into a couple issues here. Just trying to desolder these old switches. But not to worry. We're just running a goofy little giveaway, so let's set this 2-minute timer here. Sumiko, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Just about a minute left to enter. Hop right in if you guys are interested. We got a game of marbles for anyone lurking out there. When I'm playing marbles for, this is a set of somewhere between 66 and 70 Cherry Red Springs. So your favorite junk drawer builds from your favorite junk drawer keyboard streamer. That's what we got going tonight. Meantime, I'm trying to clean this pin while it cools down, or clean this nozzle as it cools down. Our pin has been having some issues just entering. Feel as though it may be out of juice. All right. Early lead. The early lead goes to Spelunk with the early lead. But this is a long spiral down. It's gonna be a 3 minute, 3 minutes at least, this race. Well, this is like a cool thing here. I like this. All right, who's the first down the track? Let's find out. First down the track goes to Spring Fiend. Yep. I'm always just swapping springs. You don't know. You already know who I am. Ruminative? Oh, Sumiko. Sumiko first down that track here. The visible part of the track. Let's see how things turn out here. Ooh, getting held up just a little bit. The lead instead, Spelunk. Oh no, Peter Poppins up there. Oh, close race. Look at this. Has a race ever been closer? Look at this. Oh, a little bump. Oh, is someone gonna creep up from behind? Oh, Peter Poppins. Peter Poppins. Whoa. How can you tell? They're all the way up there. This is cool. Alright, Frank. Looks like Frank's in the lead, but I can't really track him. The placement leaders here are a little bit funny. Alright, Peter Poppins. Looks like Peter Poppins in the lead. So they finally are able to track the leader. Can someone share what the difference is between the different levels of SPRiT Slow Springs and if the spring weights are the same? So there are different like force diagrams, And I think it comes down to like, well, can you figure out which force diagrams can you like, or like do you like, and then how far extreme do you want to go like towards that? So here's my understanding. SPRiT specifically, like they have different names for like their spring classes. How do I put this? So there's like a standard like spring, a standard spring length. I think that people would kind of generally think that that's maybe about 15 millimeters. I think it's 15 millimeters. And I think that like if it's a completely like linear spring, then you can just like consider it like as being a linear 15 millimeter spring and just kind of use that as a baseline. I'm imagining that that's kind of what you get out of like, say for example, like just your standard cherry, like, you know, lighter switch, or your Gateron. I don't know, I suppose you can think about it, your Gateron reds or Gateron blacks for that matter. They'll kind of have that same length and that same like linear sort of like look. And I think they're all about the same length. Sumiko, looks like Sumiko is the winner. So like if you consider like linear, I guess what way is it? Like if you consider like linear like this, I mean maybe I just pull up the diagram. Sumiko, winner of the marbles race, do you claim? Let us know if you claim. Meanwhile, I'll go and look for this SPRiT diagram here for anyone interested. Playing for funsies, but does funsies turn into a claim? Let us know. Reroll? Alright, we're re-rolling. Alright. Let's just do a random track. Alright guys, if y'all are still out there, feel free. Smash that follow button, hit that play command. Y'all got 2 minutes to join. And in the meantime, it'll still be up. Feel free to hit that play command, but let's take a quick look here. This is the kind of spring diagram comparison that SPRiT themselves provide. So you can see that like I generally like these different slow springs, and what ends up happening is that where's my mouse? Your different slow springs, they all like meet at the same point where you actually like bottom out. But different slows just end up being more and more closer to like horizontal. So like I think you would consider this being like slow 1, slow 2 looks like this, slow 3 looks even more horizontal. That's kind of basically it. Anyways, guys, feel free, hit that, for anyone who still wants to play. Smash that follow button, hit that play command. Yeah, so what I think you can like look at it as is oh man, that sounded super awesome. The longer the spring, like the more like kind of like preloading or compression occurs just by virtue of putting the stem and then forcing it down with the housings. And once you know that, like all springs, like them having their own kind of like weights themselves, if you're already close to where the spring bottom out is supposed to be, but like you've like loaded more pressure into it, that means that the starting point has to be like a little bit heavier, but you're still gonna bottom out at the same point. So for me, like I quite like that for typing. Just 4 again here. All right. Ruminated with that early lead. Let's take a look and see from here where we go. So I think it's good for typing because you end up having like fewer mistakes just by virtue of like not having to like glide over and accidentally actuate. Looks like Ruminative has just fallen off, so Spelunkpunk in the lead here. Meanwhile, I guess when you're going on that lighter, the lines like, or the diagrams that are sort of below that linear line, that means that like it's so damn light at the top that like any grays over like an actual key like will actuate it. Which for some time I was wondering like how anyone can really like this. But I think I've kind of figured out. I guess this is for like this might be more for gaming than anything. It's like XD's just taking the lead here, but so they kind of have different effects, but I also think they'll have different effects for the types of like MX switches that you use. Like speed switches, I guess I suppose so. I'm not quite certain necessarily how a speed switch works. I haven't looked at the actual illustrative diagram in some time. But I suppose you can kind of turn like a lot of switches into things that look like speed switches. Hey. XD's with the win. Let us know if you claim. You can kind of turn anything into like fast switches just by putting in what would be a shorter spring. Key Boy, thank you for the follow. Klaus? Klaus? The Klaus? Is that the Klaus live? All right, I think it's cooled down because I could just touch it now. All right. Claim. All right. XD's claims. Hey, congratulations. Alrighty. Now we can continue. Congratulations, Klaus, on the win. Let's continue along here. Alrighty. I'm hoping here that we'll have just like a faster stream from this point. I know that we've wasted about 2.5 hours, not even finished desoldering the previous build. Klaus Live, what I win? I think he won the recognition of Key Boy. XDeeds has won this marbles race. Thanks for the explanation. I'm trying. I don't know if I'm explaining it as well as I possibly can. I also hope that I'm like at least somewhat accurate. But this is my personal understanding of it. I think you might want to also consider there are these multi-stage springs that might not be as like closer to like heavy at the start as some of these slow springs are. But the multi-stage springs also have kind of like these other sorts of effects. Like instead of on the downstroke, it having like a certain effect or feel. So like say for example, I think we can look at, give me a minute here. I'm just like losing my cursor here and there. Let's look at Slow Extreme 3. There we go. Let's take a look at this. Slow Extreme, like 1, 2, and 3, that's orange, red, and pink. So SPRiT's multi-stage springs, I think, are different from like other brands' multi-stage springs, because SPRiT's multi-stage springs specifically, they're really weird. I feel like they're really short, or at least the one that I have. I think I have the M1 that's like just as short as like a linear. And like even then, like SPRiT's linear, I think functions or like is like a little bit different from like your standard, again, like cherry or Gat Ink or like Gat Milky Yellow linears. I feel like these are even lighter at the top than like a pretty standard stock spring. But their multi-stage looks like this, and they're like really, really like low here below slows. But then you can look at like JWK Poseidon switches, or like your Kinetic Labs springs, and they're really long. I guess those are the ones that come off the top of my head. But what effect these multi-stage ones have is that like when you come off the upstroke, it'll push up harder. There was one type that someone told me makes a linear switch feel like a tactile. I get that sense from slows, because the thing is, like, you're gonna have to sort of depress, like you're gonna have to push down with more force up at the top than you would anything else. So again, like, you're not really feeling necessarily like something completely smooth as you push down. I would personally say that, like, as you go up this list here with the slows, there's kind of something that kind of feels like a tactile sensation, with the fact that, like, it's not going to be super easy to depress down, but the actual, like, tactility graph that you feel, like, as you're pressing down is something that's linear. So that's how, like, I personally look at it. Maybe someone, like, maybe others out there might be able to explain it differently. Maybe others out there might disagree with what I'm saying, but that's kind of the way that I've looked at it. So, okay. All right, here we go, guys. We got the thinner tip, and I am now hoping that we'll have, like, hopefully a better time here with desoldering this up. It's like walking up a steep hill versus walking up a pretty much flat hill. Kinda, yeah. I would say that, yeah. Both are straight, just one takes more effort. Exactly. Okay. Oh my gosh. Did this come out? Oh, this is actually still soldered in. There we go. Okay, this I'm seeing as probably going to be a lot better. Gotcha. Thanks, gonna lurk while I get ready for bed. Have a good night. Hey, thanks so much for dropping mine. Thank you so much for that big ol' raid. Keyboy again, welcome. Yes, we're working on a brutal60. We're doing a rebuild here. We put on some circa 2013. These are ancient. Yep. I'm pretty sure. Actually, it might be older. It might actually be much older than that. I think the board that I got them from, I got in 2013, but that board might have been older than 2013, prior to me actually receiving it. What was the original build? Okay, so the reds, where they came from, those came from a Philco that I got from a fella I met actually sort of nearby, but this was like 8 years ago. The actual original build of the Brutal we had worked on about 5 months ago. We put in so the story here is that this Brutal is like one of the worst boards I've received because it came in super scuffed. So I decided to just make it a full scuff build and then just put in like stupid switches, which are cherry blue stems and kale black housings. And then meanwhile, I also threw in these in-switch LEDs that I harvested from a TG3 keyboard. And then we were doing some... We had SA keycaps on it. Alrighty. Yeah, this is turning out like much cleaner than the last nozzle. Would you say it was brutal? Yeah. I would say it really fit the name. Did they have a quieter click? Yeah, it was terrible. Like in comparison to many other switches, is just bad, like really bad, in so many ways. And it wasn't even, the problem was it wasn't even as quiet as, say, for example, like MX White, which, as we were kind of looking at and establishing from earlier, I think, was it Spelunkpunk, All Hex? Someone had mentioned earlier, like, yeah, the slick blues that R&D KBD wears down, probably supposed to simulate like cherry whites in that way. Wait, do cherry whites have a non-angled leaf? No. Cherry whites specifically, they're basically like your normal click jacket like blues, like cherry blues or whatever, or all your clone switches. clone click switches, but I think MX White, my understanding is like there's a little bit of lubricant applied to just like dampen the click in that way. And I think their reasoning, the rationale for that was to retain the hysteresis that Cherry Blue has, where there's like sort of this disconnect of where the click is to where the actuation happens, but without having as loud of a click. So I think that's the explanation there. Now this right here is brutal. And you just have all these issues trying to remove these LEDs. Oh my goodness. Alright, so here's a case where I'm just going to have to reflow. And it's these sort of like used and reused LEDs. I think that would be the reasoning for it. Let's try again. But yeah, have I been in the hobby for a while? I guess. For anyone just tuning in, anyone who's not been here before, appreciate you being here. My name is Chris. I would say I've been in the hobby for about... Oh, this is too thick, huh? Interesting. Do we have some, like, blockages already? Give me 1 second. You soldered in LEDs? Yeah. So this one had some in-switch LEDs. Again, kind of part of the joke build that we had put together. Maybe it's the filter. How many years have you been in? We must know. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've been in the I've been in the hobby since about 2012. I had joined Geek Hack around then. Yeah. But then I did take like a hiatus from about 2017 or so until the pandemic hit, when everyone was kind of finding or revisiting old indoor hobbies like I was. What was my first build? Ooh, good question. I mean, I had some pre-builts at that time, so it was either, I don't 100% remember, but it was either just doing rebuild work on my Philco, or on a, similarly, the could have been on a Quickfire, a Cooler Master rebuild. Were you a cherry black person, cherry brown person? I started with cherry brown switches. I really quite liked how they worked in the Philco. I don't know, just some combination of the construction of that, the keycaps that were used on that, because I'd found out then that not every OEM keycap is the same. For example, there, like your cherry, or sorry, your Philco OEM keycaps, like somehow felt a lot better than, like, say, Cooler Masters. Is it this? Do I just need to replace this again? I feel like I just replaced this. That makes sense? Yeah. Was this the problem? One second while we figure out. There's definitely some issues here. Let me go grab another one of these filter tubes. Sounds like you need to upgrade, replace the gun with a 301. we run into a couple issues here, obviously, but we'll figure it out. Let's grab another one of these. Just kind of see. Cloud's a real troublemaker. You might want V Klaus Live. I think it might have just actually been this filter the whole time. Or what do we call this again? The particle holder? Alright. Let's continue. Alright, where were we? We're right here. This might have been needed to be reflowed regardless. Ban that Klaus lie, he's sus. Always going down people's chimneys. This guy, can you believe this guy? Alright. Yeah, there's an issue here. What if I were to tell you that I would need to upgrade to a 301? Alright, hold up. Let's see this here. One second. I think it feels like there's like I don't know how to. There may be an issue here with the actual gun. The gun attachment, the 2024. Seems like there's some weird gasket alignment issue. I heard those work for a little bit and then don't work anymore. How long have you had it? The 2024? I can't recall. What you know about the 2024? So what I can see is that this unit right here has the right amount of suction, but something is happening with the barrel. Like something about attaching the barrel, I think perhaps to this gasket, is causing some type of issue. Finally done desoldering 100 switches and removing their diodes, just in time to watch the last of the soldering. Of course, of course. Let's see here. Alright, the suction is massively decreased here for some strange reason. Lumias are a pain in my ass. Having non-teeth top housings, I can't sell these things. Lumias? Wait, what is a Lumia? What is the difference between a Lumia? Is it like the is it like a kale? Like a kale switch? Some switches. Ooh, hammer breath. Oh my goodness. Hammer brother with a big ol' raid. That party is 7. Hammer brother, what you up to today? We are having some issues here with our 2024 unit. That was not the raid message. This is interesting. I don't know if you guys could see this. Let's take a look at this. As soon as you pull this back, like when you cock this back to remove the barrel, there's like a suction that never happened from before. So I feel like there's this like gasket here that causes a slight issue. Abstract, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, we don't actually have a vote going up for these just yet. Have you tried taking it out of safety mode? I have not. Let's take a look here. Isn't there a rubber top to the canister thingy? So, are you talking about this right here? There isn't. These like these top filter barrels. I mean, this is all it is really. It's like a cardboard cylinder followed by the actual like filter right here, as well as the I don't know what you call that metal U shape. You're supposed to plug it right in, and the gasket is attached to the actual gun unit itself, right there. And what's happening, or what I'm noticing today that hasn't happened before, is literally that first suction sounds pretty good, but I think that's while it's starting to align itself. But after that point, this the suction sounds pretty weak. And I feel like that's because there might be something here at this stage that gets a little bit misaligned, or perhaps it might be this part right here as well. Where it seems like, I don't know, the suction is like doing something else within, like, I don't know what you really would say here, like the physics of the inside of this barrel. Cardboard, interesting. PC Load Letter, welcome back. Let's see if we can find it out. I've never had you guys. Are you trolling me all night, huh? FR301 is this? No, this is an FM 2024. The station is an FM 204. The actual gun unit that attaches to the station is the FM 2024. We're having. And Klaus and Allheck's been trolling me all night because we've been experiencing some issues here. Let's try something. I have an idea. I'm gonna try to screw in some of these. There's like these screw attachments here. Let's see if it causes any difference. All night, these guys. Try this one. Try this now. See if there's any tangible difference from this point. Ooh. Ooh. No, it seems just about the same. Sorry, I've been missing all of this chat here. PC Low Letter, what's the issue? The issue here is that there's an issue with suction. And I'm trying to determine one, where it is, and two, how to fix it. So what happens when I actually remove this nozzle, the suction issues just go away. So I'm starting to think maybe it's not the gasket misalignment here, but instead like some way that the nozzle connects to the gun itself. And I had thought that tightening it would do something a little bit better, but does not seem to be the case currently. Is the nozzle clear? Yes, it is. Well, this one's a little bit harder to say because I just switched this nozzle to, or I'd switched the nozzle from a wider one to a thinner one for a couple of reasons. One is that the actual wider nozzle, I haven't been able to clear. I think I just need to replace that portion of it. So that's like its own problem. The second problem is the thinner one that I started using. It seemed to work for a couple of them so far. But we're hitting this part where, I don't know if you could hear this, but the secondary mic should be picking it up. It's not suctioning quite like we anticipate. So like it should sound like this when I let go of the barrel, when I actually do the barrel release. But when I punch this in, you can hear that the suction is just like off. Like it can suck, but not that hard, because I think there's some connection issue. What could have happened was we had a previous stream where we were desoldering an old MX 11900. I believe that's what it is. Either 11900 or 11800, which needed like quite a lot of flux. And I'm wondering now if the use of flux has caused some kind of somewhere to get gunked up that didn't before in previous builds or previous uses of this. So I'm not quite certain. We are trying to determine. Meanwhile, I don't actually have a cleaning pin that is like as appropriate for this width nozzle, unfortunately. I thought that this one would work, but it doesn't seem like it would. The tube and little circle filter should have handled the flux. It should have, but I think one issue, Allhex, is that like prior to that point, I mean the flux and just everything has to travel even before the barrel through this nozzle and into like the part that holds the other side of the barrel. And I think that part that holds the other side of the barrel and connects to the actual nozzle, it seems like that's where kind of the suction problems begin to happen. Because as soon as I like I guess de-align the nozzle from this into this sort of like secondary cleaning position, we're back to the actual station having like a sound that makes more sense. And so it seems like it's almost like there's a sound of blockage when the nozzle's in it, which sucks and doesn't make any sense, especially considering that this nozzle is clean, as I would say the previous one was too. Unless it was super used before you did the MX. Yes, so it was pretty used before that last one. And that's why I kind of think that, hey, this nozzle might be kind of like dead at this point. Just the use of it over time plus all that flux it had to do, or had to deal with. Meanwhile, a loud brother, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. But meanwhile, this one's a fresh one. And this is what confuses me, because there's nothing seemingly that wrong with this. But somehow when it's connecting, it seems to have some of the same types of issues. So that's what we're still trying to figure out. I tried tightening some of these screws to just kind of see if that would really help. And I'm still trying to figure it out. One thing I notice, let's see how close we can get. I'm trying not to kill the lens here. Let me see if I can go brighter. This gasket on this side looks a little bit damaged, and this is part of the gun and not the nozzle. So I'm wondering if, I don't know, just if there's the fact that this might be a little bit damaged for one reason or another, is not making a proper connection with this portion of the nozzle that the solder goes through, or that the suction is actually supposed to happen through. Might be one cause of the problem. I'm not certain, but that would suck. Because at this point then, it might not be a nozzle issue necessarily. Could be something else. I love this camera, so clear, it's like I'm holding the gun. Let's see if I can get this. I don't know, it's weird. But that's the sound that it's supposed to make. But as soon as I connect this, what again is a pretty clean and clear nozzle, it begins to not do that. In the same way from this fresh one versus that sort of dirty one, or older one. So I'm trying to see, is there anything here that we can inspect and figure out?
I'm now going to engage Elliot.
I was expecting like a loud boat horn should have done explosion. You got lots of time to collect a lot of points. We'll kind of see where we get here. It's been 3 hours in, and unfortunately, we've not gotten a whole lot further. That's not the engage I was expecting. Check the filter. Oh, this is a brand new filter. It's totally clean. Yeah, so I grabbed a new one. But now I'm starting to look at this. Take a look. Ooh, let's see if I can get this angled here. Take a look here. So you can see that there's this metal end. That's part of the nozzle. And what I'm starting to think is that, yeah, there might be some damage to the gasket that's causing like suction to occur outside of where this nozzle is supposed to be. So it's almost like I would have to fill this gap here with something. Like more gasket, for that matter. Because that might be loose. Oh, you guys been trolling me all night about this purchase. No, we got a couple more here.
Smoke weed every day.
Jesus Christ, we love you, God.
Filter on the pump, not that one. Well, see, so piece of load letter, I get that. Like checking, I can check the filter on there. The thing is, like, that's not the issue because removing the actual barrel and like relegating the suction to happen from this point right here sounds perfectly how it's supposed to. So it literally has to be from this point right here where the problem is occurring. So I don't know. That filter will clog with flux. Okay, well, let's just do it. Why not? Filter is extra restriction. Okay. Oh, wow. You are right. Okay, so now the issue here with this now is I have to figure out how to remove that filter because there's definitely some garbage in there. Let's take a look. Okay, so here's the station filters. So I do actually see some flux in there. Let's take a look. This is crazy. This is why 41 other PC load letters have fallen. Every channel needs a PC load letter 42. I think we do. All right. So to change this filter, I guess you would just do from, you don't actually have to open everything up. Okay, so there's a second. Okay, so this is the second piece we need. Is that something we unscrew? I'm a little bit worried about trying to clean this or like lift the unit up while it's still hot. You may also need to clean the pump valve if this unit has one. So there definitely is some cleaning to do here, including the actual pump itself. These I haven't actually done to this point. Yeah. Right here. Remove the valve and guard and clean away any adhering flux. So that would be what appears to be this unit here. Oh. I mean, I think we might. Okay, so at this point here, what I'm thinking of is that we are probably at this stage not going to finish this build because I need to desolder the rest of this. But prior to doing that, we have to figure out how to clean this whole FM204 unit. What I'm worried about personally, just to throw it out there, is again, like, I still contend that the issue that I find is happening right here. This is where I really believe the issue is. The problem is that, like, as I'm looking at the actual station filter, like, yeah, it does look pretty bad. So I can go and clean that up. But the thing is that, like, I was still getting suction perfectly. How do I put this? I was still getting pretty much perfect suction to this point where I can just remove this. Like, if I removed this, this would have the amount of suction that I would anticipate. As soon as I put this on, as soon as I throw this on, it went to nothing. My friend had an FR300 that wasn't sucking. He thought it was dead because the valves were stuck. Just do a mix of weakened kill, MX blues, and whatever other switches you're doing. Ah, we're not going to do that. Let's see. I'm going to shine a phone light right here just to kind of inspect this one more time once I find my phone. But I'm also stalling a little bit to let that thing cool, and we'll still run a giveaway. we'll still run that other giveaway that I was mentioning from earlier. Let's see. I don't know where I put my phone. I'm trying to shine a light here. Oh, here it is. Just Amazon Prime order another sucker. I wonder how much an FM2024 costs. Any of y'all know? $500-ish. The gun itself costs, like, is that big bulk of the cost over the station? Oh, just the gun attachment. So not the actual station. Like, again, I would contend that the station is fine. Granted, you are right, I should clean it. And we'll see if cleaning it does anything. They sell in parts. So yeah, specifically the FM2024 part is what I'm wondering. They sell it in parts for the handle, not the whole handle. I see. All right, so we've been sufficiently derailed here, so let's move all of this out of the way, but I'm going to keep the work mat, and I guess we'll kind of, this is going to turn into a can we clean this? Front and back holder gaskets are like $5 each. Oh, really? AH mat, yeah, we got an American Haptics mat. Okay, so this went to X Deeds. Cleaning streams are the best streams. Oh, let's see what we can learn here today. All right. So I'm gonna unplug this for now. Oh man, I got there is a lot of wires in the way here. Pardon the interruption, or the many interruptions from tonight's stream. Let's get all the way back here. Okay, so what does this say here? Now this is a real concept. I've never seen one of these before. Bro, it's late. I got school tomorrow. Don't we all? This thing is big. Alright, it says remove the pump securing screw marked red from the bottom of the station before using it. Leaving the screw in will cause serious problems. Okay. So this is what this filter looks like right now. And where did I put the replacements? I think y'all saw them already. This is what they're supposed to look like. Now, that might be fine. Y'all want to read this with me real quick? Look at it. Remove the pump securing screw marked red from the bottom of the station before using it. Leaving the screw in place will cause serious problems. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. The pump screw is put in place during shipping. Alright, so what is the problem it would cause? Probably says in the manual. Let's see. Initial setup, 20 FM2024, blah blah blah. Station. Okay, here we go. Detects when the iron is removed from the iron holders and sends its data to the station via the connecting cable. Connection, blah 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 blah. Let's see. Has 4 controls, operation. Okay, so it doesn't. I find it doesn't say anything about this red screw. That's what I find here, but let's see. Any of y'all see it yet? I feel like I need a PDF version. So I can look up red screw. Alright, let's see if I can find one. Aha. Let's see here. Doesn't say anything about the red screw. Hold on, is there a different search function that's within the Adobe or the Chrome PDF viewer? There is. Remove the pump securing screw M4 by 25 from the bottom of the station. Failure to do so may result in serious problems. Ooh, a XJD Baku 15 with the big ol' raid at party at 2. Hey, let us know what you're doing tonight. XJD Baku, I believe I had rated you quite some time ago, playing some Nintendo games. We were working on a few things today. Trying to build a keyboard, but this is genuinely derailed here into trying to repair something else entirely. Let us know what you're up to. Hope everything's going well. Okay, so this had the same thing here called the pump securing screw. Let's see what. I'm just gonna Google this pump securing screw. Red screw. Really, nothing says much about the red screw, but I'm very curious. All right, well. In any case, PC load letter, I know you mentioned we should probably clear that filter, but we should also just clean up everything else where we can. So, just wrapped up some Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hopes everyone having... Hey, thanks so much. I hope you've been having fun. It's always fun to come back to that game for sure. Like, it's been so long since I played, but I just kind of remembered, there would be days where, like, I just lose 8 hours playing Breath of the Wild. It was crazy. Like, I would look up at the screen, then I'd look at the clock, back at the screen, look at the clock again, and it's like, suddenly it's midnight. My Saturdays just be like that. Alright. Let's see. Remove the cover by pulling it straight out. Wait, so I'm guessing it was just like that. Ceramic filter. So how would you remove this by this point? Usually the motor has vibration dampening. The screw secures it during shipping so the dampening can't break. Oh. Okay, that is helpful, but yes, I probably should have removed it, and I guess I never did. Alright, let's see. So from here, removing this filter, how do you do it? It's probably like, do I just like pry it out, like scoop it out? Grab the filter with tweezers? Alright, let's try it. Man, it's very like crusty. There we go. Okay, so the filter's out. I'm just gonna toss this. PC, would you recommend that I still proceed with opening it up and cleaning out what's inside as well? I'm guessing the answer to that is probably yes, but let me know. Knowing that, well, I asked because knowing that that's what it did look like on the inside, or what this filter looked like. If you're looking at it and thinking that that might be like light flux, I still clean the valves. Okay, let's try it out. All right, so I guess I'll just push this in. Since you mentioned using a lot of flux recently, okay, will do. Alrighty, let's go all the way down. Where was that? It's the parts list. There was more cleaning instruction. Cleaning the pump, disassembly. Remove all the screws used to secure the cover and remove the cover. Okay, so should be 8 screws. I'm gonna need another tray tonight. Smell it. Lick it. Alright. Alright, so here's the thing, PC load letter. I'm actually slightly worried here. It's still warm. With that said, would you recommend I do this now while it's warm? Like, I can touch this, it's fine, but I'm worried about opening it up and there's like some element that's still like 300, 400 degrees. It has been, what, I don't know, maybe under 10 minutes since, maybe about 10 minutes since we turned this off. Shouldn't be that hot inside? Okay. And probably also shouldn't be putting on its side like this, I'm guessing, but... Feels that dangerous to touch, then let that cool off. Okay. So I'll just try to be gentle when I'm going inside. I know y'all talking about the Marisi. I'd love to be able to look, but I'm also very curious about this. I've seen some of the Marisi stuff on Instagram. I thought it to be super cool. Also, y'all seen some of these crazy Dalco resale prices? Man, like a $650 keyboard is going for like 4,000. Y'all are nuts. Okay, so here's what we got here. Yeah, you look at RMM for these Dalco resale prices, it's crazy. All right, they're selling for that. So no, people are like, Dalco 4,100, Dalco 41 or 4,000. BZ load letter. Let's take a look here if you care to see what I've got. Remove the valve and guard, clean away any adhering flux. So this would be this? Is that this unit here? Unscrew the 4 screws on the pump cover to get to the valve. Okay. I think it's on the side. Oh, am I on the wrong set of 4 screws here? It's on the side in the picture. Man, this is tough because like it looks very similar. When you turn it on its side, either side, they look kind of the same here. Like this guy right here and this guy right here looks like they look the same. I guess it's this. It's got to be this. Just the way the diagram looks. Given that these screws right here are screwed down, I'm guessing that this has got to be the valve on the side. I think you're right. PC Low Letter, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to be honest. This is kind of fun and interesting. However, I still make reservations that this will solve the problem. I still feel as though there was a part on the actual gun itself that may have been the issue. But let's see, because this could work. And if anything, routine maintenance is always important. The great thing about Hako is that the manuals are good and they sell parts. Yeah. Good to do maintenance anyway. Yeah, yeah. All right, so I have removed that. Okay, remove the inner hose and pump head at 2 locations. So at both of them. Let's take a closer look at this diagram. Luckily, it's a nice SVG. Like it's a vector here. Okay, so some stuff has fallen off here. I'm guessing it says remove the inner hose and pump head at 2 locations. Ah, wait a second. These were not the screws I was supposed to remove yet. Silly me. I was supposed to remove these down here. So yeah, that's the funny thing here. Was like I'm looking at this like, these are 2 valves. But I'm supposed to remove this whole assembly right here. Alright, I need like another driver, I think. Okay, let me go grab another driver. Just a longer one. Hopefully this should be better. The fuck? There we go. All right. So it is, we should be able to like move this, but it is also mentioning like, hey, remove the, I guess these at 2 locations. So there's location 1 and there's location 2. Okay. So, oh, whoa, interesting. It still has a connection here to all the rest of this stuff. Let's zoom out here and reread this. Inner hose and pump head. Which one's the pump head? I guess it's just this. I'm really quite confused what it's asking me to do. You're good. You just need to get to that valve. So is this a valve? Like, this is the pump head. The valve is underneath there, so that's this guy. This is the valve guard. Okay, got it. Let's take a look. Where would we be without PC load letter? I'd probably still be staring at the gun right now. And again, there's a chance it may still be in the gun. That's the problem. But at the same time, this part of it is, I haven't done this before. So I look at this like, this ain't no keyboard building stream anymore. Hey, we're still in makers and crafting here. I think the topic might need to be changed. Okay, how do I remove this? I'm not quite certain how to remove this. 2 screws. I did remove 2 screws. I have no idea how to remove, I've never worked with this unit before. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Alright, there's the valve. That's the valve, right? What is there to clean? What am I cleaning here? Like, I'm guessing the valve is this this plastic piece. That's what you're saying. Clean with isopropyl. Okay. It's like a paper towel. Is it sticky? It's like a little bit sticky. Like, do I just clean this surface that I can touch with my fingers? Am I supposed to? Am I not supposed to touch it with my fingers? It kind of is. It's kind of sticking. Remove the whole plastic piece. Okay. I just want to recall how it looks. Okay. So I'm guessing it's pretty symmetrical. So clean it so it's not sticky. All right. So I'm guessing like let me just grab a paper towel and just wipe it down. Is 99.9% isopropyl alcohol okay? Yes, valves will get stuck from flux. I see. Rename title. Frank, if you're still there, you should have access to a title command. I'm just kind of wiping it. Is the valve the plastic flimsy piece? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Is it like a valve in a car that goes up and down piston? Also clean any other surfaces that are sticky or show flux residue. It's like a check valve. Flaps open and closed. Am I supposed to use a whole lot more? Because I'm not sure if this is just how it feels. And I'm just imagining stickiness. But I'm not 100% certain that this wasn't just how it felt earlier. Check the mounting surface too. Have my brother be Googling check. It should feel like plastic and not really sticky. Yeah, it's not like sticky. Alright, it doesn't like just like stick on anymore or anything. As long as it doesn't stick when you put it on there. Oh, maybe I should also isopropyl alcohol this section here. Clean the black part too? Yeah, that's what I was just about to do. Let's try that out. Oh, look at that. I don't know if y'all can see that. Today I learned what a check valve is. It flutters. All right, let me re-clean. The valve again. You got VOD saved, right? Yep. These moved to YouTube, all that. The fact that it's dirty means it has been put to good use. Alright. So I'm going to drop this in again. Alright. It no longer really just sticks there anymore. Does it feel sticky? Looks good? Okay. Let's do this. So then... Wait, something about this doesn't feel right. There we go. No, not that. I'm a little bit confused about how this worked before. Hold up. It's keyed, flip it over. It is keyed. The problem is that the way it had been screwed from before, was it just supposed to be screwed through the flaps? Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay. And then it goes like this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to screw this back in. Is that all right? I honestly do not know what the point was of me unscrewing this whole like pump unit. Because I feel like if I was just trying to get to the valves from within here, I don't know that that was entirely necessary, but all right. And do the other one. Yep. This is a pretty cool keyboard, huh? This seems well built. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. You're really gonna get bad watching my way. I appreciate it. This one goes, yep. Okay, so then this, as I understand, we'll do something like this once we screw that back in. So I'm going to screw that in, I guess, now. I think this one should... Okay, let me just start by unscrewing this top one so I can see which one it matches. I believe these are the longer screws. Yeah, these are definitely the longer screws. The wiring looks a little suspect on the mains power output. Oh, wait. By the way, let's take a look. Okay, I just as an FYI, I do see where the red screw was going. I don't 100% know how leaving it in would cause a problem, but, you know, maybe that's not for me to decide. Is the wiring just soldered on there? It is. It very much is. Like, this right here, this is solder. And that is for the power button. Let's see if I can show that. Right there. This right here is just soldered, yes. As is like a couple other spots. They're kind of like, they're soldered, but they're also like, the exposed tips are like wrapped around. Normally use crimp connectors for those. Did I get a fake Hako unit from Hako themselves? The red screw had the most ominous yet vague warning ever. I know, right? go in the back. I'm screwing on these like short screws back onto this pump, the entire pump unit. Damn it! These like screws aren't magnetized or something. I find that this is not necessary. I'm not going to be moving this around, so I'm just screwing this. I'm just going to try to screw all this back in now. If anything, it should be more quiet with the red screw moved. Oh, okay. Cool. Like less rattly or something. The rattle is a malfunction. What if I lubed the screw? Alright, I know I haven't done the top one yet, but I am just trying to screw in the rest of these for now. Damn it. This wiring is ridiculous. It's just meant to get in the way. I don't know. I don't know the best way to screw this last one in here. Screw's not magnetized. Shit. And then I drop it. Motherfucker. That's probably why they tell you to remove the whole motor. It probably is, but the problem I found with removing the whole motor is, I guess that was it. I just have to remove this little connector here. I was like, I didn't want to remove that connector. That was it. That was literally it. I didn't want to have to remove that connector, and now I'm dealing with this. Ah, shit. My head. All right. Do you have blue tack or something? Blue tack. God damn. Not on me. Hammer brother, thank you so much for the
underscore gifted a tier 1 sub to P-Code letter 42. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you so much for the gift sub to PC Load Loader. Well deserved. All right, I think I've gotten it. Well deserved. And thank you so much. Without look at this. Without PC Load Letter in the chat right now, this content would be vastly different. so, Hammer, thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right. I'm just gonna throw this in here now, and then maybe not. Do this. Let's do this side. One valve down, one to go. Yep. And I think we kind of know what we're doing now. And again, I'm very curious to see what happens after these modifications, I'd be 500 down the drain. I don't know, I'd be 500 down the drain. I still think that the gun gaskets I might need to figure out how to replace, which BZ Low Letter also mentioned was like $5, $10 maybe, if I'm trying to get the front and back. That's where I would go if this problem still persists, is trying to figure that portion of it out. But we can also still look at that too. Like, there's also this chance that PC Load Letter's totally right, because I don't know if there's some... I don't know, I'm just making this up right now, but some tech that is noticing that there's a lot of stuck flux, and when you have the nozzle connected to the actual gun, that it might be causing some issues there. But let's find out. Let's see where we go from here. All right, so here we go. That is pretty sticky, stuck on there. Stiletto. What did I walk on? Walk in on? Looks like you're about to liquid cool your soldering station. This brutal 60 is nuts, isn't it, Bao? Guys, welcome to Stiletto, Bao. We appreciate you guys being here. We are getting completely 100% carried right now by PC Load Letter. So if you want some to send your appreciation to PC Load Letter, he's the one to thank for putting us through tonight. All right. Carried by the Hako instruction manual. Yes, this is a desoldering station. This is the FM204, to which we have an FM2024 connected to it. We're trying to determine why we get so very little suction today. I contend, well, I think we all contend it might have been due to the last job we did, requiring a ton of flux. Now, I think there's also we have some beliefs, some differences in beliefs of where the issue is. But with that said, I'm going with PC Load Letter's recommendations that I should go through the routine maintenance of the actual station itself. Because even if it isn't the problem, I should still be doing this anyways. Now, clear out the nozzle tip, yes. You can see some of the dirt there. I have cleaned out the nozzle and the tip. We've released the barrel, just try to figure out where it is. I think it's literally what I had believed it to be is that there's some issue possibly with the gaskets connected to the gun, for where the nozzle is supposed to actually make a contact with. But we'll find out. We'll find out. If this might have some bearing on it due to flux being inside the actual station itself. But let's see what'll happen after this. What I do know is that the previous nozzle we were using, the 1.6 millimeter, that one had some issues even getting the cleaning tip put inside of it. And I feel like there's flux stuck in there that's like really, really hard to release. But we were still noticing some issues putting in a fresh 1.0 millimeter tip, or 1.2 or 1.0 millimeter nozzle onto the gun itself. So this is why we're going deeper down into the station, just to be totally certain. And then yeah, we'll kind of see from there. How old is it? I got it earlier this year, I believe. I can check. I can check when the purchase date was. So bear with me here. I'm just going through the actual cleaning here, and then we'll make some determination of what and when. Try to fresh tip, it makes sense, yeah. Again, I want to see what happens here, but if we're still out of luck, I want to check those gaskets. I might need to buy gasket. We might need to buy another tip, the 1.6 millimeter tip, and we also need to get a 1.0 millimeter cleaning pin as well, because I gave my last one out to Mr. Mendax. All right, I think we're all cleaned up here. Let's kind of see. All right. Should be good. Best of luck. I'll be looking here while I crack open some switches for work tomorrow. Right on. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody being here. Let's reassemble this. So we have cleaned both valves, and we have also replaced the station filter as well. So we'll see if we have any better luck at this stage. I'm gonna unscrew this again. I feel like there's a slight misalignment underneath here. Okay, I think we're good. This brutal60 build took a dark turn, didn't it? Oh man, it's already 111. Tighten it up just to be certain. Okay. We're going to screw this guy back in, this valve guard assembly thing. Pump head. I guess it's called a pump head. Personally, I'm trying to just like learn more about what's happening here, how this all works, because I'm just like kind of peeking around. So let me see. How does this actually work? Now that I look at this, because just out of curiosity, PC load letter, if you happen to know, at what stage of the build were you on when this happened? I was still desoldering the switches from the previous build. PC load letter, I don't know if you're still out there, but I'm just kind of curious here. I'm guessing, let's see. This whole unit here is called the pump assembly. Is that right? And what I'm understanding here is that I don't know, power is moved into the assembly from here. With the pump head removed, there was a rubber thing in there. It moves up and down and acts as... Oh. Right on. Okay, that's cool. Oh man, this is like really interesting. The motor moves it up and down like a piston. Ah. The valves open and close to suck the air. Huh. This is really interesting. Alright. Let's put this back in. Let's put this back in. I don't know if this should go under. I don't remember the arrangement of it. Is it like this? No, that seems like... Do y'all remember which one was over and under? Do you think it matters? Was this one over or is this one under? I guess in the meantime, I'm just going to tighten this up. It's in the manual. Ah, you're right. Okay, so this goes all the way around. All right. Cool. Ooh, all right. I guess that's it for that. You just don't want the hose to kink when you put the cover on. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. All right. That is that. Guess it's time to reassemble this guy. I think it went like that. I am imagining that this is symmetrical and then there's just a sticker, but there's one of these that had this, I don't know what you call this knurled washer. All the rest of them seem pretty clear. Okay, so we cleaned the valves, and then we've also replaced that. That's for grounding. Okay. Am I supposed to actually attach a strap to it? Because I don't think mine came with one. Am I supposed to be grounded all the time? ESD? Would you use I don't know, would you adhere to ESD best practices while using this? I wouldn't. At work we would. I see. Where do you work, if you don't mind me asking? What you up to? What are you up to that allows you to know so much about what my problems were here? Or what my problems have been? Boeing? Okay, right on. A software engineer? Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Sometimes they do this stuff. I see. I see. Chris will not sleep until the brutal is finished. I will probably... Okay, so here's what's going to happen. If I actually figure this out, like if we actually get the desolder gun to work the way it's supposed to, I still might not finish tonight. I may come back to this Thursday. It just depends. Let's kind of just see what happens. I'm sort of like thinking about it in my head here. If this doesn't work out, there might be some replacement parts that I might still need to look at. In which case, rebuilds that require desoldering, I might need to put on a slight hold and instead work on some other projects in the meantime. But if this does work out tonight, I might still not finish because I feel like I might need to pause at or stop at around 2:30 or so. We'll see how things go. Okay, everything's screwed all in. I don't think I've forgotten much else here. Let's get this all plugged back in and let's see what happens. Wish me luck, guys. Alright, here's the 3.5 millimeter jack. Alright, and then these two guys I'll have to plug back in. One is for the pump, one is for the power, the heating to the gun. Okay, this one's the funny part, is trying to press in this the cable that goes into like the pump side where the filter is sometimes like a little bit challenging, but I think I'm getting it slowly but surely here, and I think it's there. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's power this on, and then let's see what happens. The filter barrel, I have both a dirty one and a clean one. Cross fingers. Let's see. So again, as I had mentioned from before, what ended up happening was from here, this will sound the way it's supposed to. If I don't have this nozzle tip in here, it'll sound the way it's supposed to. If I have, if it's just like this, it sounds fine. If I put the barrel in and then don't have the nozzle tip, it sounds the way it's supposed to. But with all of this together, it's off. So let's find out, guys. Okay, so it still appears that we have issues because this is not the way it's supposed to sound. As soon as I release this, that's what it's supposed to sound like. So unfortunately, the routine maintenance didn't resolve this. I'm still anticipating here that there's some... I don't think sound is a good indicator. Okay. So... I don't know. I don't know what to say, because like I think it is, but I mean, if you want, I mean, let's go and try this, right? I'm still gonna find suction issues because it doesn't sound the way that I anticipate it to sound, but let's go and try. Let's try it. Let's check this out. Yeah, this might be what we need. Okay, so let's meanwhile take a look a little bit more closely at what we got here. So this A1513 back holder might be what we need. Okay, and then also, I think I just clicked the same one twice. The front holder too. Yeah. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to power this off. Because what happens is when I take the nozzle out, it makes this really annoying sound, and I'm gonna leave it kind of like detached for a little bit. So let's take a look. Maybe the real treasure is the friends we made along. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so let's take a look again. Brutal is a fitting name for this. Yeah. After all is, let me turn this back on actually. Okay. Have you let it cool and unscrewed the metal? We opened up the station to perform some routine maintenance to get the flux out of there, which I think is a good thing, performing the routine maintenance. I don't think this solved the problem necessarily, but this is what I was mentioning a little bit earlier. As soon as we remove this nozzle from the normal position where it's supposed to actually meet what they call here both the front holder and the back holder, followed by this filter barrel, and then the trigger release, and then all the way through. This sounds the way exactly how I expect it to. But as soon as we connect this nozzle directly into the gun is where we kind of have issues. For which, again, I think like PC Load Letter has sent those two links, and I get this feeling that making this replacement might be the way to go. It's funny though, just looking at these pages, it's like it's like no specifications. So this front holder, I'm a little bit curious how this truly connects. I'm trying to look at it. I'm thinking that is the Yeah, that is that is in reference to this gasket right here, this gasket piece. And then the back one here, A1513 back holder, is in reference to this piece right here. So yeah, it may be one of the two. I am thinking it is more likely to be this one. So I'm curious to sort of see if getting that piece would help this out. What I do notice, or what I have noticed, just not right now, but what I've noticed in the past is that sometimes what'll end up happening is this space right here inside that what is it called here, A1512 front holder, will sometimes gunk up with solder. And then when we did that most recent, like, needed a lot of flux job to deal with that compact MX11800, not only was solder getting there, but like flux was getting there too. And I'm kind of thinking and curious that they're just in the process of trying to clean this part of it out. I think that I might have damaged it a little bit. Maybe there might have been the issue from that point. Love to see the sequel of this cliffhanger. I am very curious too. So again, from here, it's what I anticipate. As soon as we make this connection, not quite. I really want to find out more, but I just don't know that I can like safely really diagnose it. But the only other thing I can mention here is that, like, as soon as I pull this barrel out now, there's a weird suction-y sensation that happens that it feels really abnormal. Let's see if I can probably try to show it and have you listen to it. I don't know if that really did it. There, that right there. Any other thoughts that anybody's got? There's a pop. There's a pop between that front holder and the solid part of the gun. All right, now when I pop this out, no, that didn't really show. And moved. Have you tried it to desolder something? Not since we cleaned this last, but let's do it. Yeah, that appeared to hardly work. So you can see here, this was the leg I attempted, and not very much of that actually got removed, as opposed to some of the ones that I had removed from earlier tonight. Let's see if I can show what it's supposed to look like when it's just kind of nothing there. The yellow thing is pushing the tube all the way. If I understand that properly, yes. So just for example's sake here, I dropped the manual. Trying to push this LED in just so you know what it's supposed to look like. One second. Okay, so this one's just pushed in. This is what it would look like when things are cleanly desoldered, right here. I'm trying to be sure that we can see what we need to see. Right there, cleanly desoldered. For example, I'm just like pushing this in as though solder were removed. Meanwhile, this right here is just like kind of still a solder ball mess that kind of happens here. But yes, is it pushing the thing all the way? Yes, it is. Let's see if we can show that. This is how it's normally supposed to be. So when you kind of like cock it to unload it, pushing this button is supposed to press the filter barrel back in. So like, let's say we try to align it properly. There it is. And so that's pushing it all the way back in, as I believe it to be. The yellow part is sus too then? Do you think so? Because the thing is, if I push this in as hard as possible, like if you're under the impression that it's not pushing it all the way in, say that like I think I almost heard something. What temperature are you at? 750, the same temperature I'm usually at to desolder. So you find that the yellow, I don't know what you call this, like release mechanism is also suspicious. Yeah, I don't know. From this point, I really don't know. I kind of want to buy a bunch of these A1512s and A1513s, like just probably buy like a solid 3 or 4 of each. So if you put your finger on the hole, if I put my finger on the hole here, this is sucking it. I wouldn't recommend anyone put any other part of their body in here, but yes, there's what I find to be pretty good suction in here. And again, I would like just say, I know that sound might not be the best indicator, but this is what the station's supposed to sound like typically. And the same thing kind of happens here when I move this nozzle out of the way with the barrel filter on. So that sounds like all wrong. Lagoober, hey, welcome back. It's been a long time no see. All right, this right here also sounds perfect. I don't know what to say. I'm not there, so I can't really tell. Yeah, I appreciate the help. I think just the one last thing I'll note here is that from this point, that weird suction-y pop here doesn't happen when the nozzle isn't connected. So like, I'll do this a couple times and like it's like nothing's happened. So it is warm here to the touch, but like it's not burning hot. There's no pop there. Obviously, I don't think there should be because there's nothing here. It's like kind of like blocking it or anything. So yeah, it's just kind of strange, kind of tough. The only last thing I can possibly think of is there some blockage in here that, you know, like just basically like, I don't know what to say, like three suctions in is causing all kinds of problems, perhaps. This right here is just like, this is the cleaning drill. There's a cleaning wire go all the way through. So that's also the issue, PC. I don't have the corresponding wire for this size drill. So this one right here was for the 1.6 that we had removed from earlier, and this one wasn't going through, and I think presumably this might have been due to flux. It's hard to tell. Let's kind of see. It could just be clogged then. That is one thing to consider, that maybe this whole time the 1.0 is clogged. What makes me a little bit like the thing is that could be the simple answer. Why I hate that answer, or like why I don't like that answer, is because I literally did like, I don't know, what appeared to be like 6 legs, and I don't recall the 1.0 gunking up after 6 legs, but it could be. It could very well be. I don't have a cleaning pin for this. All I have is just like, this is not even a cleaning drill. Like this is literally just like this is literally a drill bit attached to what this cleaning drill is supposed to be, because I just didn't have anything else. All I had to kind of correspond with this was, I think this was it, the actual cleaning drill that was meant for the backside of it right here. If you shine a bright light down one, you should be able to see light come out of the other. Yeah. So here's the 1.6. I can kind of see that it is a little gunked up, but like for some reason I still can't put this this 1.6 cleaning pin into it. This one I haven't tried looking through yet. Yeah, this might have just been clogged. Let's kind of see. Like I don't know that I want to like necessarily mess up this 1.0 trying to put in some random 1.0 millimeter drill bit to try to continue like forcing it down to clean it, but this sounds moderately better after I tried doing that just now. So it could be that. Let's see. I also kind of want to turn this off to let it cool down. It could be it. Where'd I put the old drill bit I just had to clean it from the backside? I swear I was just hanging on to it. Maybe order a smaller cleaning pit from Hako when you order those rubber parts also. I think that's the move. Yeah, I used to have one, but I sold the FR300 to Mr. Mendax, and with that I gave him that cleaning pin that I would have directly used with this one. So I haven't been able to successfully even try this, unfortunately. Otherwise all I can say is I kind of find it a bummer I'm leaning towards yes, that's probably what it was. Just by virtue of I've just tried forcing that cleaning drill through that cleaning pin side, and it seems to have loosened things up a little bit. So now I'm starting to think that might have been what this was. If that's all it was, that's kind of ridiculous. It's ridiculous for many reasons. Like, it could have just solved this with that much earlier on. The other thing I have to say past that is I'm kind of surprised by this point then that I could only do like 6 legs before it would kind of crap out like that. So it kind of sucks. Let's see if I try to pull this out again. I can kind of see through it, so I'm just left to wonder, should I still try to keep forcing it down? I'd caution people from using cleaning drills too often. It wears the plating inside the tube and will cause solder to stick more. Okay, so in that case, yeah, let me just get that cleaning pin then. Because that's literally what I've just done maybe about 2 or 3 minutes ago. And it seemed to open it up, but at the same time, yeah, it could cause solder to stick. Probably to those abrasive edges that I'm causing by using a cleaning drill. Now, the question that I have to follow up then with that is, like, that's probably then, like, why, for example, this is the cold one. The cleaning drill is probably only, and it would be okay to use here on the back side, right? Because this is like the thicker side. But I'm guessing like using a cleaning drill like from this side is what's like really detrimental. If I'm getting that right. Well, the back end is the cold side, so solder will solidify there more often. And that's why it's... So it would be okay to just, like, use this. Oh, here's what I could try. What if I try the reverse side of this? Does this fit? Wait, yeah, wait, hold up. Wait a second. What if I use... Because these are just drill bits, right? Hold on, let's try this real quick. What if I just use the smooth side of the drill bit? That looked good. It did look good using the smooth side, right? Big brain. How long? The thing is, like, the bit is also really short, and it's like it comes in like when you throw it in here, it's like it comes in all crooked. So like I need it to be like not so short. Big membrane. Use pliers. Like instead of like this whole drill, or like the actual drill holder. Yeah, look at this. So it's just like it comes in all crooked. But let's try this out here. Okay. Hey. Let's try this. You can get more length with pliers. This makes sense. But honestly, I feel like this is kind of enough to like get through. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, the heat's back on. Let's see if we can do this. How much is a new tip? Like this whole like nozzle assembly for if I wanted to replace this 1.6, which I think I'll have to. That's gonna be like I think about $70. I think is what I last recall. This sounds more like it. It's weird. It doesn't sound perfect, but it does sound more like it. There's a weird sensation of like uncaptured suction coming out of something. So I don't know if you guys could hear that. That is pretty unnatural. But I think here's what's happened. I think I've cleared out enough like possible blockage that's allowing us to do what will likely only be about like 6 switches before things get blocked up again. And so this is where I think that yeah, there's like a leak. There's definitely more force in that sound, but there's like some kind of air leak or suction leak in there. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna do like, you know, probably like 3 LEDs. Those leaks are designed into it. But this still feels like a, how do I put this other than like a bigger leak than normal? not to sound like super negative here, but it just doesn't sound like quite right. But let's see. So this was the bad one that I think will need a reflow. Is that right? This one's the bad one, you reflow. So let me do the one right next to it. The suction will take the path of least resistance. If the tip is clogged, then you'll hear more leaks. Okay, so this one I just pulled out. So this one is like, it's actually pretty good right now. Now, the part that I'm worried about is this a matter of, like, naturally, because the tip is, like, much smaller, that I'll just have to clean out, like, this end of the tip more frequently? I'm guessing that sounds, like, kind of likely. The problem is, like, I just really don't recall, like, needing to do this for as many switches as we were doing this. So let's see if I can come up with a little bit more luck. Let's find out. Or maybe it was just clogged before I started using it and I couldn't clean it because I didn't have this big brain solution to the cleaning tip. That also could be it. Because these are actually, a couple of these are coming off really easy right now. Alright, this is clean right now. Is this the new meta? Use pliers and the reverse side of a drill bit? Glad you got it sorted. Let's find out here. Okay, hold on. So now at this stage, where'd that small little bit go? There it is. Okay, so like I have to cover up the part that becomes the drill, just so that I'm not causing any sort of abrasiveness to this side of the nozzle. Is that right? What's like interesting also is that like kind of see at some point this bit is gonna just die, but that's fine because I actually have a billion of these. Not a billion, but like 10. So, okay, I think we can do this. I think we can like actually desolder this whole thing. Now, can I say that? Do we think we can finish this whole build tonight? I don't want to press my luck, but I want to really try. The next thing that comes to my head is what has happened really with this nozzle right here for the switches, because what I'm noticing and thinking about here is that this one's pretty damn clogged, I think. But let me also try, I think maybe it's worth retesting then. I might do that offline just because having to like let this cool down and wait again kind of is just something that takes a bit long. But I think I feel much more optimistic now. Hold up. So I'm doing these a little bit slowly because getting some of like each row of switches out of the way is like helpful for being able to touch down on the next set of LEDs, because I have forgotten one. So yes, PC Load Letter, this is the build. And by the way, shouts out PC Load Letter. Are you gonna put LEDs back into the build? No. No, for more than one reason. No, because of this, obviously, and also no, because people voted for no earlier when I ran the poll of... Before encountering all of these issues, I asked, should we put LEDs back in a poll, and it was overwhelmingly no. Folks here seem to not care much for it. Alright, it looks like I've forgotten this one. So, whoops. And also another one. And also, fortunately, like, maybe, just maybe, slight moderate chance that this build wouldn't take super long, given that I don't have to do stabilizers. There's another LED. I think we're good. Alright, so what is the embarrassing moment? Several. One is, I think, for one, this nozzle is, I don't know. I'm very curious if this nozzle here is still usable. It might be for these bigger pins, and it might be in general. I am not 100% certain, and so I'm curious to find out. And we'll be back for another build. Okay, I feel like at this stage, even at this point now, I gotta clean it again. This one right here, I guess we'll see. My plan was to run another build for Thursday. And a lot of my stuff a lot of my personal work here now to do is like rebuilds. A lot of which are desoldering. Your desoldering gun has such a better burr sound than the overly chunky one. You think so? We also removed this red screw from earlier, so I have no idea if that has any effect on the sounds you guys are hearing. Does it sound different after the red screw is removed? I am not certain. I don't know if I'm making it up in my head, but maybe it sounds a little tiny bit quieter. I'm not certain. Cognitive Wanderer. This one isn't as loud. How's it going? We've had an interesting stream tonight. We've gone 4.5 hours here, and I'm still desoldering switches. We had to take a very, very large intermission to try and attempt to diagnose issues with this desoldering gun, to which I'm still a little uncertain, but right now it's working. What it seemed like is our 1.0 millimeter nozzle was possibly just a little clogged, and I couldn't figure out the best possible way to clean it. I think there may be a couple of other issues, but I'm still going to work to get a few other parts. Don't worry, we'll desolder that board faster than a sucker in iron. Try tape modding it next time, could improve the sound. Oh. Oh. I may try to... I had some desolder work planned for Thursday and maybe even Friday. But I may just like attempt to do at least a little bit of it just to see whether or not this guy works. In this situation, a sucker would have been faster, but it's a pain. I've been getting roasted all night long. Most specifically from All Hex, but a few others as well. On the fact that this unit was a little bit pricier than your FR 300 and 301 options. And I ran into a bunch of issues trying to diagnose how to remove this. It's more expensive. The 2024 is a little bit more expensive, yes. And I've been getting roasted all night long while trying to diagnose some of these issues. I think we are almost through. Alright, I need to re-clean this again. It could be in my head, but if you keep running that pump for an extra split second after you pull the nozzle from the board, it won't clog as often. Gives the solder a little extra chance to clear from the tube. Okay, let me try that. Yeah, especially like since like while it's still hot for those like, you know, couple of milliseconds, I think it could be right. Let's try that. Alright. Let's look at what we got here. All these guys are popped out. This one? Did I desolder these? Oh, forgot one. Alright, I've just touched a bunch of old BDZ. Yeah, all these LEDs are out. Y'all think we could speed run this build? Are those blues? They are worse. These are cherry blue stems and kale housings. Should be easy if you don't have to mess with stabilizers. This is true. Alright, let's speed. Let's speed through it. Because we definitely haven't done that. TX60 V1. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool. You know what's really interesting? Seeing like the metal TX60s. 375. Ooh, that's not a bad price actually. It's interesting seeing these like metal TX60s after I have built my PC TX60. It's like, cause like it's got like, I don't know. I think it's got a like different shape. It's like a completely different shape. Oh shoot, I don't know if there was... One of these switches may have had a heavier spring for the spacebar. If so, oops. I may have just mixed it all in there. Can TX60 use a standard 60% PCB? I think what I remember was when we were working on this, I was using that LDN PCB, which I think you could. Let me see if I remember. I'm not 100% certain. I think there was a chance that the LDN PCB. I know that I did it right after the LZ CLS SXH. I think the LDN PCB might have been like a longer. It might have had a longer like portion for the USB connector to pop out. So there's a chance that like you kind of possibly could, so long as your device end of your cable was like a lot thinner. And I think Allhex was helping look at that from last time around too. So check out that. I know that was at least the case for the TX60 PC. Alright, these are 3-pin reds, by the way. I could do a Wodan on this, but I feel like probably not necessary. What I hate the most about TX keyboard is SEO. Is that the software that you need for those like LDN? Seeing a V3 would look sick patina. I think everything would look sick patina. The software, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go full touch. I'm gonna go full touch just because it's gonna be the easiest. I don't 100% know what I have that has stepped, but also I've been using stepped on this series for control, stepped control, and I'm just like, it does look nice, but I just don't like how it feels. Patina, I guess so. I guess not every patina looks really good. So I can't keep my eyes open anymore. Have a good night. Hey, still what I think. So much for dropping by. Step control is so weird. Yeah, I agree. Again, I think the idea of a stepped keycap looks interesting, but feel wise, I'm not a fan. Like, the fuck is this shit? Stop making me want to waste my money. I guess, like, it's interesting. It's definitely, like, a different way to spin, like, oh, I want a custom version of my own board that's already a custom board. It's like, it's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, I think there was 66 of those springs, by the way, guys. Okay. Let me crack one of these open. We'll get one of our trusty 78 gram springs in here. So pardon the weight. 78. And some spring lube. Average Baby Tater, welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Is that Hydrodeb is patina? Yeah, patina and acid. I don't know why, but I keep missing even the alphas on this. What are you typing on today? All right. Look at this. This is a bag of 78 gram SPRiT Slow Springs, Extreme 2. I think there's like 110 springs per bag. And it's like, this is good for 110 keyboards. New question, is Cerakote a clear coat? I don't know if I have that answer. I think it's like ceramic. So I don't know. I don't know that I'd call it a clear coat. It looks like Baby Tater, Klaus Live both say no. So there you have it. Low heat baked coating. Used mainly on guns. Ah, shit. You notice how long springs start out heavier? This is a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. So this is like especially, like, I think my big thing about long springs and heavy springs, like the heavy springs are for, like, the heaviness, the weight, is for allowing the spacebar to return. The length, like the fact that they're long springs, allow you to not have these unintended key presses when you're just hovering your finger over the spacebar. So that's kind of what I see as what it's good for. Let me also, typically what I'll do is I'll draw on the switch that I have put a heavier spring on for. So I'll just mark a little X on the top housing, and then I'll also mark a little bit on the stem as well. Although I feel as though this Sharpie is dying on me. I usually mark the stem of my heavier switch. I do both. I do both just so I have like a better look from both angles. Yeah, this one's a better. Okay. Burn it. Okay. Eagle eyes. Let's make sure I don't have any bent pins because I don't want to have to desolder again today due to this craziness that we've sort of encountered here. All day, all night. Eagle eyes. All right. So the man I asked is trolling me. The backside of the Mr. Suit, I want it to be durable. He said I should Cerakote it. I don't know that baking it or like doing a Cerakote is necessarily going to weaken it. I don't know that trolling is the right word. Is it? Hey, but shouts out that Mr. Suit. It looks like a suit. Durable against what? The elements. It can take sitting on a table. Alright. Speed run, guys. Speed run. We gotta finish this before I hit the 6-hour mark on this stream. Because the 6-hour mark on the stream means that when I send this VOD over to YouTube, at 6 hours, they stop letting me edit the video. So we gotta make sure to finish stream in under 6 hours. All right, quick fast. We gotta go quick fast. So let's get it. I didn't even test like the spacebar or anything, but I'm sure it's fine. Easy. Oh man, this stream's been anything but. So I'm not holding my breath here. Now let's do some of these corners first. It's at 5, yeah. So we got an hour to solder. We got to rebuild this, like mount the keycaps on, run a type test, and run marbles. Because for those of you patient enough to be waiting through all of this, I got another giveaway for y'all, and it's slightly less junk than my usual junk giveaways. Alright, I'm just trying here to just get some of these edges before I start just going through all of them. I feel like this is going to be our best way of just making sure all the switches are aligned as properly as I would like for them to be. It says PCTX so you can get the alu. You also get this guy right here. Okay. Alright guys. Let's try to gun this. It shouts out XD earlier for winning that previous marbles race. Shouts out All Hex for trolling me all night. Hammer Brother was at it too. Shouts out. Shouts out PC Load Letter for all the assistance just for me to find out, oh man, did I really just like have a clogged nozzle the second time around? But I don't really quite know what was going on the first time with the thin nozzle or the thicker nozzle. Really don't know there. I might need to buy a new nozzle for it, but definitely need to buy a bunch of parts from Hako. Cleaning pin, the fronts and backs, another nozzle, so on and so forth. Shouts out Klaus for being here all night. Sending out all these extra goodies here. The Alu TX. all of that. Shouts out everybody. Everybody's here. Cognitive Wanderer, welcome. Thanks for being here. Zero, been hopping in and out. Appreciate you. You like junk? Hey, if you like junk, for anyone in here who has not been here before or been here infrequently, or even if you have been, everyone who's here, what I'll typically try to do is run a giveaway every stream. Granted, a lot of these giveaways are just flat out junk, but I will pay to have my junk sent to you if that means that you are enjoying the content that you see on stream. Oh my goodness. It's all for you guys. Sending out actual trash to y'all. Some of my recent favorites and some of my favorites all time. Pokemon card stream from last Wednesday. We sent out literally the trash wrappers to go along with a fire energy card that I bent and wrote on. The only possible good things in this whole package was a free top loader. A free top loader, as well as a penny sleeve. I also threw in some candy and some stickers in there. But that one went out to Testiculture. I once sent out an In-N-Out burger wrapper to a friend of the... Aw, that's mean. What else we got? The last stream we did... we sent out a bunch of Hanging Chad Switch cutouts. From a plate. From actually 4 plates that we got cut from Pinocchio. So I don't know, they could be good, I don't know, leveling your tables. Table levelers. What's another one? A historic one from a long time ago was OMG LOL I'm bored. Had won a broken Philco Magistouch 1 controller. Doesn't work. Classic. Who picks black for the Bliss TKL color? What the hell? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with black? And what's wrong with black on the Bliss? No one's gonna want to buy that. Anyway, thank you, man. Thank you for your input on Cerakote. I built my Mr. Suit with alpacas and FR4, black and gold Mr. Suit. Ooh. The Bliss should be pink. Yeah, I mean, it's called the Bliss. Different colors make different people happy. Dr. West, I would say that a good portion of that advice has come from everybody else, but I thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to have you drop by. I started this stream 5 hours ago. And so, a recap from the very, very beginning of stream today. I know that y'all just saw me go through all this bullshit just throughout stream today, but recap from much, much earlier. Last week, we made some very, very, very big purchases. 3 purchases from January 6th to January 7th that are all very, very large purchases. One came in today and we unboxed that. That is a 70 to 200 Nikon lens. VR f2.8. Their most recent offering of that line. We have 2 more very big purchases. One should hopefully be coming in, I would hope, next week. And that's a big, big, big one. If y'all want a hint, Grail alert. Grail alert. And I'm not talking heavy grail. I'm talking like a real grail. Another one is something really, really, really insane. This is the third of 3 purchases from last week. That won't be coming for several months. I could reveal what it is because it actually was revealed on someone else's stream. I have the older 7200 f2.8. Yeah, I got the FL, like the most recent one. I'm like really excited to try it out with film. Wish it didn't have the focus breathing that they fixed in the newer one, but I like it others. Yeah, the FL. Because there are 3 of them, right? There's the first one, there was the VR2, and then there's the VRFL. So I got the VRFL, which I heard like some people, there's like a really, really weird design decision that they added to the VRFL, which is that they switched the focus and the zoom rings positioning. And they, like, some people find it really, really bizarre because like every single other 70 to 200 that Nikon has offered and every other 70 to 200 that any other brand has offered has the zoom and the focus in one position, and this VRFL has it like flipped. Yeah, so apparently it bothers a lot of people who have like already used 70 to 200s, but this is my first 70 to 200. I typically I've just like almost exclusively shot on primes for several years now, but I kind of feel like I need this when I take this out to concerts. Like, it's just, yeah. Having to, like, foot zoom and just, like, change positions all the time like that, like, it's been rough. Like, not gonna lie. I'm also bothered with third-party lenses that have the zoom direction the opposite way like Canon does. So, yeah. Big thing we got today. Another big thing, well, a big old thing we got for next week. Hopefully next week. And then a big thing that's coming in. Probably about July, August or so, hopefully. Are we almost done? I feel like we're almost done here. Keyboard, I don't know much about cameras. Yeah, the one for next week and the one 7-8 months from now are keyboard related. Today's camera. Okay, so then past those 3 items, also made some ridiculous purchases today. Not quite as big, but it's kind of like you would think my spending would have stopped somewhere. If someone needs a decent iron, there's a Hako 888 on Mech Market for 100. Hey, everybody go out there. Go and get it. Meanwhile, let me go and test that this, I've soldered in everything properly. Give me 1 second. Is that the regular price or is it higher now because of shortages? Ooh. Good question. I've never actually owned an what am I saying? Hako 888. Alright, let's get it. Oh, let's do the test matrix. Alright, we're good. 105, never looked. Nice. Alrighty. All good. It's funny when it explodes like that. Alright. 55 minutes left, guys. We got 55 minutes before YouTube messes me over. Why isn't backspace split? Is it not? I'll check it later. I'm pretty sure it was split, and I think it's like this just shows all funny when it's like this. I don't know. You go this in VIA. I unplugged it. I'll figure it out after. Yeah, like when you're in the test matrix mode and then like you like unplug, like it goes all nuts in VIA. It's pretty funny looking. All right. Okay. What the heck do I do with all this stuff, man? There's a lot of stuff here. I want to kind of move all of this out of here. This has definitely bothered me all night. That's for certain. All of this nonsense here. Appreciate y'all watching, by the way. I know I've said that about 100 million times, but 100 million times I do mean it. Let's put that there. All right, I think we're good. All right, I don't know what that American haptics instruction was to keep your mat rolled up, but that's just what I've done. You guys just witnessed it. Also, I'm pretty sure I've been out of focus the entire time ever since looking at some of these manuals, so I apologize for that. But, you know, we've been trying to speed along here with this. Whoa, okay. That's the scuff on the brutal60 for the night, which this board already had much of. Someone selling GMK Deku listed 6 days ago so far. Canada only, but might ship, Chris. Well, here's a surprise. I actually did get in on post group buy pre-order extras for GMK Deku. I think what's interesting, I don't know if you call this interesting, but something to note is it appears that Kono is really slow to ship. I don't know. It seems like they get their stuff like much later than everybody else. I don't know if you guys know or agree, but yeah, Kono's super slow. Like, I was seeing people get their Blade 60s, and then like I didn't get mine till like 3 months later. Feels like people were selling like fully built Blade 60s. I'm like, what the hell? Like, people were saying Kono was like Kono was saying like what did they say? They go, oh yeah, it's still in transit to us. Yeah, I don't know about Kono, man. So anyways, I got Deku from Kono on extras at some point. Alright, gotta put these screws in. Shit. Alright. Dude, Burger Mouth's annoying, man. I gotta say, like, you could just turn this into a non-burger top mount, huh? I feel like that would be easier. And deal with all this nonsense. My EPBT set came in like 4 months after KBD fans shipped. Man. It's like at that point, jeez, this is not even magnetized. Oh my god, bro. Just trying to build this, man. Six hours not possible now. I'm working 10 minutes per screw here. Motherfucker. Oh yeah. You're killing me, these O-rings. Burger mount, you believe this guy? Burger. Young Koi layout. Oh, that's a good command that I need to put in for. Young Koi, welcome to the stream. For anyone just tuning in, Young Koi, anybody else? My name is Chris, and I like using HHKBs for everything. I have what I think is a decently sized collection of HHKBs. Young Koi, thank you for the follow. Most of the boards in my collection. What's broken? Oh no. I really need that. I feel like I really need that command because there's always something breaking. Always something breaking on stream if something hasn't already been broken, like much of this build. Just FYI again, next week, the arrival of something very, very big. Very, 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 very big. So, if you care to see, I'll put some updates on my Discord keyboards channel. Oh wait, did you get a Victus Sin? Yes, I did, but that's not arriving for a very long time. Victus Sin is in it. If you guys would like to see, I do have a collection command. My purchase for next week is not on there yet. There's also another one as well that I made. Actually, I've been making a lot of purchases. Okay. Before I continue screwing all these in, I guess it might be time for me to throw on personal user. What's going on? Did you lube the stabilizers? I did, but a long time ago, maybe like August. Okay, so let me run a quick poll here as I try to assemble things together. Y'all like polls, right? Which key set? Let's do say August. Yes, August. I think these are the ones I want to put in. All right, let's do 3 minutes. A 3-minute poll. Are you guys cool with that? You guys cool with a 3-minute poll? Check out that poll. Let me know which key set you guys would like me to throw on here. And in the meantime, try to screw these in. Personal user about to solder in some switches. Personal user's been a while here, but I'm glad you're here. Striker will pop, I think. Interesting. I really need to get GMK Red Devils, so how? I'm Korean, damn it. You did this fast? I try. A little bit. I kind of regret not getting in on certain other key sets. GMK Masterpiece, I feel like maybe I should have tried that. Guys, there's about halfway left to vote. Makibo made their website so much better. They made an improvement here or there. Red Devils matches the case though. It's definitely like a, I don't know if I would really call it pink, but it's definitely like a super bright, like neon-ish red. It's I don't know how to put it. It's a little weird, but I feel like I have to use it to really know if I'll like it. Too much red, it's too saturated. All right, get in your votes, guys. You're almost there. I'm gonna go wash my hands and I don't know, look around, maybe clean up a little before this thing ends. See what you guys finish voting on. Mount some keycaps, do some type tests, and then we'll run a giveaway. A little surprise bonus giveaway for all the nonsense we've had to deal with tonight. Striker is a less saturated blue, so it'll complement off the red, in my opinion. Striker, whoa, it ended. All right, I guess we're doing Striker. I was actually contemplating not even putting it on this list. So I wonder what you guys would have chosen instead. All right, I believe this is it. Yeah, changed my mind. Alrighty. Let's get this out of the way. Also, camera's washed out. Is my camera washed out? You guys want it a little more saturated? A tad? Interesting. I will consider doing it for another stream. Yo, this will look fire. Am I really doing this right now? You know what's ridiculous about this is that I feel like I did not want to use this just because I know that this is like my stupid build. But here we are. Shaking my head, cognitive wanderer, you don't like Striker? I'm not a big Striker fan. What do y'all think about accent, enter, and escape? Should I go back to non-accent, enter, and escape? Y'all guys liking it? If you couldn't tell by what keys I've been setting aside, I was previously using this on an Atlas build. Remember last stream I prefer non-accent. What the single was it? The last thing I built? What was I building? I don't know. It's been too long. It was the LZ CLS SXH. The color matching is atrocious every time on this channel. Yeah, guys, be nice. Young Koi, you gotta be nice. It was the CLS SXH. Hey, I said that fast. Fast and good this time. Where are my alt keys? There's one conflicted Korean flag board. 4. Oh, maybe was it this? Ah, maybe it was this. Let's go. All right, wait, guys. Accent enter, accent escape. Let me know. It's all here. Kill the accent? Both? Both accents? Finally able to download the JSON file and layer my... Nice. There it is. You're only liking the accent, we get rid of the accent. It's good, no kappa. Alright. And there you have it. You have a black space. I'm not a big accent spacebar guy. I'm not an accent spacebar guy. I'm not a fan. Tfue build, the Tfue set. Oh, okay. So, I'm not sure if anyone here from earlier was part of that conversation, but I remember. Like a year and a half ago, summer 2020, definitely had a holy overpay. I got both VOC all kits and Striker base from a fella in Europe. Holy overpay. Story time? No, we were talking, I think Ken's Keebs was here earlier, and Dixius here was earlier. All Hex. I don't know if you guys are still here, but Ken was talking earlier about how he got VOC, I think all kits from somebody for like $400. The thing was VOC extras price was all kits I think was $350. Also at the same time, Striker was going kind of nuts because this was pre round 2, and I think that Tfue video was just popping off. So like every kid was looking for something that would be like Tfue's. So it was like heavily inflated then. So it was just hard to find Strikers at that time, and even if you could, it was going to be like upwards and upwards. But at the same time, back then, inflated GMK prices aren't like inflated GMK prices now. Like back then, what was a lot then is like, it's just like, it's kind of standard now. So, FC, welcome. But anyways, I ended up picking up VOC, all kits, and Striker base at the time where it was hard to find Striker from a guy in Europe, and I think I paid like $700 total for all of it. Which I think ended up being kind of good because Striker 350 at that time was like, I guess like the aftermarket rate. So it kind of like worked out knowing that the all kits from VOC were at 350 just off of extras. So you're again, Gox HHKB. I would love to get Gox HHKB. He actually leaked a little. He leaked it a little before I think he even had the name, or as far as I knew, or maybe he just didn't tell me the name at the time, or before he told the name on Instagram. So I would love to. Christoph, welcome. All right, I guess it's time for a little monkey type, ain't it? If you would sell that keyboard, how much would it be? Yeah, it's called Lily. I saw that Lily. I was like, oh, because like he didn't show the back weight at the time that he showed me. What up? What's going on, Young Koi? I don't know how much I would sell this for. I mean, I got a big portion of it for free because it's mega scuffed, which is why I'm just like confused as to why I put Striker on it. So there's a huge scuff right here. There's also a huge scuff at that screw area right there. It's also using some very old pre-tool cherry red, so we got a little bit of scratch going on. So it's kind of scuffed, but the Striker is probably like the saving grace of all this. I don't know. But I wouldn't really sell this. I wouldn't really sell any of my HHKB boards. You have a while to save up. Venom Type K goes first. Yeah, it's been a while. It's going to be a while before all of that goes up, because Type K is definitely going to come first, and that's like still more like a collection. Yeah, I got a collection. If you're interested in seeing my collection, you get that exclamation collection command. Not fully up to date. There's 2 keyboards on the way that I haven't listed yet. But if you so please, feel free to check it out. I'm gonna look for a theme on monkey type, and then I'll show screen. So give me some moments. Striker, should we go Striker? Let's take a look at this. Oh, the lily, yes. The back looks so good. Oh my goodness. Let's just go Striker. That's fine. Alrighty, guys. Oh, I guess we'll run a prediction too. Offset swept side, yes. That is a gasm of all kinds. Can you do an ASMR? Anyone can do an ASMR. Young Koi. We'll shut the music off. Get your predictions in if you care to wager. 129 is the threshold, so bet for or against me. We'll do a type test, 60 seconds on this board, and then we'll probably do like another 30-second type test after that, just to mess around. And then after that, guys, we should be good to go with a nice little marbles race for anybody interested in a nice little prize for y'all. Being patient and sticking around. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. The keyboard right now is wait for the prediction, then we'll go and get it. Zero, thank you for the being a big believer on stream, but as such, it looks like we got some 0 points for doubting. So if anyone wants to wager a single point, you have a lot to gain. Still can't bet points. Personally, either. Bummer. 5 hours went by so fast. I can't believe it's only been 5 hours. And I can't believe y'all stuck around with me here. Appreciate it, and I hope y'all had some fun watching me open up my desolder station. There you go. Got a little doubting going on here. That means I got something to prove. Let me get this just right here, all in order. What the heck? Okay. All right. What the heck did I do? All of a sudden I have a crosshair on my screen. How did I get rid of this crosshair? What did I do? Whoops. Give me a moment, guys. Some technical difficulties here. Alrighty. Okay, should be good to go. Let's get the track off here. And meanwhile, let's take a look. All right, 129 is the threshold, so I got to beat or be 129 or better. This is a brutal60 super mega scuffed pretool, circa 2013 Cherry MX Reds, lubed 205 grade 0 and 105 on the springs, filmed with Deskey's films, FR4 plate, XD60 PCB, and we got the GMK Striker right on here. Z60 evolved T-minus 10 days. That is one that is not on my collection that I did purchase, Zero, just so you know. For anyone who wants to see my collection, here you go. Anybody who wants to hear the board, all those details I just mentioned here, right in front of you. Let's go and do it. All right. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Let's get it. Oh no! Oh my goodness. Oh. Captain America wants his board back. Oh my goodness. I was like blowing it so hard in the beginning. I was blowing it so hard in the beginning. I was making my way back, but I couldn't make up for how bad I did at the start. Oh my gosh. Could not make up. Alright, I was over 1 under. That's 127.8. That last error, that was so bad. Oh my goodness. The cherry scratch at Burns. Yes, lubed and filmed. These pre-tool cherries are still scratchy. It's amazing. Alright, let's do another little 30-second test. I don't know what you guys think of the sound. I don't know. To me, like, I don't really mind scratch that much. It's just funny that, like, even when you try to tune it, like, we tried, like, over lubing it just a little bit just to compensate because we know it's not that smooth. And it's still got a little bit of that scratch sound in there. And trust me when I say that, it's worse when you don't lube it. Like, it's much, much worse if you don't. You make more mistakes than me and still type, like, heaps faster than me. Alright, we'll do a little 30-second test just for fun. Let's check it out. All right, I didn't pay out the earlier one, but let's do it. It was less than 129. I apologize to all the believers. Okay. Anyways, try 206 grade 0. Ooh. I'm meaning to try sandbag. Yeah. No, I was just like not ready. Rigged. I was like not ready for that. I had so many errors at the beginning. It was terrible. I started to like the scratch. Yeah, no, what was funny was that, like, when I go through tuning it, like, as I was going through tuning it and just kind of like listening to it, like, okay, is this better than the start? Then yeah, this is fine. I was starting to think, like, is this just the sound of what cherry switches sound like? Is this the sound of nylon? Is this the sound of all that? And then, like, right after that, as I go work on other switches, I'm like, oh my god, what the heck? Where is all the sound? Where is all the scratch? That was nuts. Alright, guys. Again, as I mentioned earlier, and as I always mention, I appreciate everyone being here. So, if you guys are interested at all in winning a little prize here, let's see what we got after I turn on some music. Back on here. Get the vibe back going, what you guys think. Alright, you guys care to see tonight's little prize here? The extra prize is kind of funny because I don't actually know what it is. Let me figure out what it is. One second. Still working to figure things out. Give me one moment as we figure out what it is I'm giving away. Because it's right in front of me and I need to figure out exactly what the model is. Interesting. One moment. One moment. Please don't let it be harvested blues. No, 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 no. It's actually not the worst thing in the world. Okay. We have here up for grabs tonight at the very end of the stream here. Sorry guys. I gotta unravel this. We got an interesting thing here. For many reasons, as I'm just recalling. Alright. We got a set here of some JVC HAS 400B carbon nanotube on-ear headband headphones. Some of you guys are interested in a nice little budget set of headphones here. These were about, I don't know, at some point a long time ago, these were like 25 bucks. These were actually not that bad. The sound quality was like comparable to some headphones that were a little bit higher in price range, probably around like $50 headphones. So if you guys are at all interested, the only thing I will mention, there is one slight thing. What I recall was that at the time I was wearing glasses, and these are not comfortable to wear if you wear glasses. So if you wear glasses, you may want to consider passing unless you want to know how it feels. But I remember, other than that, these were like actually a solid set of headphones, solid set of budget headphones. So, all right, up for grabs. If you guys are interested, junk drawer prize here. Feel free, vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. FC, good night. Xing Xing Wang, welcome. Everybody, welcome Xing Xing Wang. Xing Xing Wang, I feel like I'm the only one that calls you Xing Xing Wang. Full name. I've been lurking, welcome and thank you. Hope you enjoy the scuffed brutal60 build. That took like at least like 2.5 hours to try to clean out my desoldering station. Sure, my name is too hard to say. Is it? I don't know. Am I saying it correctly? I feel like I know that I'm saying it like a quarter to a half right. I think and I hope. Did you enjoy the desoldering mains? I did, Xing Xing, and everybody else here, I hope you guys did too. Anybody else out there who's been lurking. Learned a lot, to be honest. Alright guys, let's keep the vote going. We got 2 tied votes here, so let's keep it rolling for another 10-15 seconds here, and whatever I land on, whoever wants to break the tie, or if the tie is still there, we'll just drop it in about 5. Alright, 55, love is in the air. It's like what we'll do here. Alright guys, if you want a pair of cheap headphones here, feel free. Smash that follow button, hit that play command, and enjoy. Alright, I also have a small thing to admit here. There's a very, very tiny spot here of what looks like some kind of fuchsia acrylic paint. I think I was painting when I was using these at some point. Junk drawer giveaways. A staple of my stream. All right. 3 minutes to join. Come right on in. How do I get on there? I have no clue how the paint ends up from one place onto this very small foam pad here. The scuff tree grows another branch, as it always does, guys. You got junk giveaways for days. I will pay you to take my garbage. Xingxing, I was watching your stream. What was it? Was it last night? I was watching it last night. Or was it the night before? I think it was 2 nights ago. Working on the Switch Couture as well. Cool stuff. I really like your Squirtle build too. I joined, but I do wear glasses. I say join anyways. You could feel what this is like, and then maybe one day you could run your own giveaway too. Stacked acrylic is actually really cool. I have 3 stacked acrylic builds. One is a Switch Couture Alice. Another one is a Switch Couture Electra Type 60. Actually 4. Another one is a 2013 Elixir Zai stacked acrylic. That was really interesting. That was supposed to be run in conjunction with the GH60 PCB group buy. And that like was a total failure. What else? We also had a Litster stacked acrylic Philco Phantom. That, as I understand, my understanding is that that's the first stacked acrylic keyboard build, I think, in the hobby. I don't know. There might have been like some person out there who might have done a stacked acrylic keyboard somewhere, but in terms of that appeared on the internet as part of the group buy hobby, or part of the actual Geek Hack hobby when people were first joining in North America, stacked acrylic. As I understand, that's the first stacked acrylic build that I am aware of. I dozed off, but did you rebuild? Yes, I did. Philco, yes. Let's see if I can find some pictures here. Litster stacked acrylic. Oh, this is hard to find. Okay, here's a picture of one on Desk Authority. By the way, guys, feel free. Clogged nozzle. Yeah, at the end it was probably a clogged nozzle. To be perfectly honest. Let's see, I think I also have another picture of it on my own Instagram, so let me take a look. Alright, but before we do, first early lead. First early lead goes to Frank. Frank with the early lead. So we'll follow Frank for a bit while I find another picture I have taken in the distant past of my Litster Philco Phantom stacked acrylic keyboard. What I understand is the first stacked acrylic board in the hobby. What I know, you guys tell me if there was one older, but I think this dated back to about like 2011. Here we go. Striker on red, not bad. Old post that I had on Instagram. My first stint in the hobby. Little telephoto lens. Frank still in the lead, just trailing his own ghost. Is the fix in? Will Klaus make it through? Klaus made it through. Everybody made it through. PC load letter. Oh, PC load letter could be a well-deserved win. But it's a long race, guys. He falls through. Ooh, that's a nice little sweetheart. Oh, look at this. Look at this. A commanding lead. Can he make it? Oh, he's made it into the funnel. Yes. Yes, he has. Getting through the golf tee whack-a-moles now. Frank's ghost just trailing, but a commanding lead over the other 4. Klaus right behind. All right. So a little stoppage there, a little bit of slowness, making it down this tube. But oh, it's looking real good. I think, can he make it through this hole really easily? Oh, this is where he'll get stopped up. But could everyone else get stopped up? Or could someone else take it? Frank's coming in hot right now. Everyone bumping up. Oh my goodness, Frank! Frank takes this lead. Able to make it through that hole at the very end there. Oh my goodness. Alright. Last little bit here. Can he make it through? And he does. Oh my goodness. Pay to win. Frank, proud winner of this marbles race. Dare I say proud winner. Give me whatever I won. Frank. Frank, as I was explaining, you have won here a pair of JVC HAS 400B carbon nanotube on-ear headband headphones. Pretty solid headphones for a nice little budget set. But I will give you the same disclaimer I gave everybody else. While they are, like, I think sound quality kind of above its price range, I will say it lacks in comfort, particularly if you happen to wear glasses. And I think this was actually a common complaint, that it actually kind of hurts if you wear glasses and these headphones at the same time. So, I asked, do you claim? You don't need eyesight? That is true. All hex. I don't wear headphones anymore. So, Frank, do you claim? Or what would you like to do here with your marbles race win? All I gotta say is I gotta finish up in the next 10 minutes and 5 seconds. If not, keep it safe until I go to San Francisco in February. Those are just very tiny speakers joined by a headband. They very well may be, but again, $50 headphones for the price of $25 and your price of free. Frank, you're not enabling me to get rid of my junk. KPH K30Is? Are those the costs? Yes, they are the costs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Does anyone else want it? Frank is asking. It's like it seems to be up for grabs if no one else wants it. Otherwise, this goes to Frank, tucked away into a different junk drawer. The junk drawer I have for people who haven't received their items yet. No, I got stuck with a fucking Alps plate. Oh, Hex, you don't want both? I just wanted to get first place points. There's no one here actually wants them. I too wear glasses. Do you know how pricey Alps switches are? I just saw I saw a RMM listing, a mech market listing for some pine white Alps switches. I think go for something like 80, 90 bucks. And I was actually thinking of copying because they look pretty clean. But I haven't reached out yet. So if anybody wants to swoop in, there's your chance. New old stock unsoldered blues, $350 for 60. That's nuts. That's super nuts. I have enough blue Alps for 2 boards. I have enough brown Alps for 2 boards, and that's it. Because I don't want to actually buy. I don't want to have to buy anymore. All right. If no one else is claiming, I guess this goes to Frank. All right, guys. Let's take a look and see who's online tonight. Who is still on? Any keyboard streamers? Let me know. I do see that. Giving is on. doing some just chatting. Anybody else out there? Perhaps not. Alright, giving, I think her name is Brenda. She's, I guess, building a PC. Rogers HD, alright. Let's take a look at Rogers HD. Congrats on finishing the rebuild, valiant effort. Oh, wait. No, no, no. Someone's building a frog? We got a frog going on? He's done, that guy. This fella's done. Ah, Rogers HD just finished. Pick it up in February. Right. Oh, yeah, Frank, I did see that you were coming in February, so I think I should be free tentatively. I mean, it's pretty far out. So, PC Lola, hey, shouts out PC Lola again for all the help. And thanks everybody for being here tonight. Yeah, all right, let's go raid Brenda. Frank, if you or anybody else has a raid message, feel free, put your Chris sucks or whatever. Feel free. Until next time. PC to best. There's that CG Buen guy. All right. Anybody else out there interested in getting some updates, some leaks for what the couple of big old things we got? Feel free to join that Discord. Follow me on my socials, all that. Appreciate it. Good night from San Francisco. We got an R going on. Good night from San Francisco. Giving. Okay, giving. There we go. We're rating Brenda. Peace, guys. Thursday night. I'll be back Thursday night.